Good morning, Eurasians. Welcome to a chill gathering and crafting stream with completely spoiler-free content. And this will be little Calla's adventures in A Realm Reborn as she does her various crafting and gathering quests. But the first thing I need to do is actually go over to my main and make her some offhands, which I apparently neglected to do once all of her crafting was complete. One moment and we will be right back on Calla, but it is still a crafting and gathering stream. Just starting out on my bun girl first before moving over to Calla. And the gathering and crafting is a pretty solid choice for a day where we've been plagued with DDoS attacks lately. Nothing of importance will be lost. And now we get to sit in this queue of 10. Alright, starting with the Leatherworker offhand. I am doing this on Talia because it is just a quick and dirty way to get offhands for my little Lala. Leatherworker. Yep, Leatherworker. Okay. I think I'm gonna need to go get more quick hardening sealant though. Mostly I'll just be buying the materials that I need because I have plenty of money to throw at these tools. Shark oil, I got plenty of that. Spruce lumber, none of that yet. Ingot. I have one of those left. Probably from the last time I crafted tools. These are actually probably better than the ones I can get from my free company. Mortar. Okay, now I need to go get more quick hardening sealant. Fortunately, that's available from your free company, Quartermaster, rather than just having to get them from the Ixal as you used to. And I have plenty of seals, so I'm going to go ahead and get as many as I can. And I might need even more than this. We'll find out shortly. Cobalt ingot should be pretty cheap. Spruce lumber is pretty expensive. I can make it myself, but it's time consuming, so I don't care to do that right now. This is going to be a long day of crafting and gathering. That is the mortar. And a culinary knife. Gosh, I don't think I need that many. Oh, I do have some. Good, good, good. Grab Basilisk whetstones from Beatrix. And more of that expensive treated spruce lumber. Somebody's making a mint off of those. Leatherworker, alchemist, culinarian, weaver. Rivets. I don't need 5 rivets. This is when I pay a little bit more to get exactly what I want. And I do have some ancient lumber left as well. And let's see here. Oh, it's a lot of money. Alright, that should be what I need to get started. That was an impulse purchase. Eventually I'm going to want to get that for everybody. On to our Lalafell adventures. Oh wait, I actually did one more thing. I'm sure I'll need one more thing later too, so we're just gonna log into Calla for now and get her on her merry way. I need 2 more Dragoon Blue dyes, and I don't think she has any money. People in queue this time. It takes a bit of time. Still not as bad as a queue after a DDoS. And just as I say that, the lobby server disconnects me. Well, back momentarily. Obviously the DDoS is still hitting the lobby servers. do this. We can log into the game. We got the basic map. But we're back in. Huzzah. Okay. Oh, I didn't use my buffalo calf that I got from completing the base game. Oh, there. Now we've used it. And... oh, I see. I only picked up the main hand. I've made a tactical error. Well, that was a self-fulfilling prophecy. Because I need to log on to Talia already to fix my mistake. And Botanist and Miner also don't have an offhand, so I shall return after I've fully made tools for a girl. We're off to a rollicking start. There's now 178 players in queue. So this will take a little longer than anticipated. Well, as I said before, it's a great day for a chill crafting and gathering stream. Because that way, if I get disconnected, I am not in duty, I am simply questing. Nothing that can't be interrupted or repeated. Alright, we did make it back in, and it was pretty quick, so that's nice. We need main hands as well, so... but we also need offhands for all of those jobs, so let's just start with Carpenter. Which is the claw hammer. May as well get those 3, because I'm probably going to need them. And while I'm thinking of it, I'm going to pull off that Dragoon Blue dye to finish dyeing her outfit. Dragoon Blue dye is something that she simply cannot afford. What? What? I need more quick hardening sealant. Now we're gonna have to buy it, because we are out of seals. I don't need 999. can't turn that in yet. And even if I could, I wouldn't because I would be desynthing it. Let's look up the price online. Well, again, I don't need 99 of them, but that's a lot cheaper. Geneva, Crystal, Dynamis. I don't think they're gonna let me go over to Gilgamesh to buy this, but let's give it a go. I need quick hardening sealant. I'm down to 2. I'm gonna try to get a few more seals, but I don't think I will have enough. I don't know. I mean, I don't need 100, which is what they're selling stacks of. I got 6 more. Just from seals. I don't think I'll need more than that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think that is the right amount. Okay. Thank you. Artisan's file done. Moving on to armorer. Basically the same ingredients, just making pliers. That's the main hand. I've got carpenter, blacksmith, armorer, and goldsmith. I could have sworn there was a craftable level 50 tool. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's see. Nope, just the offhand, huh? Okay, well, let's see if she's 51. So that was leather worker. Yeah, those are all 50. So they all just need whatever I can do at that level. And I can always make another one later. It will still be fully adequate to her needs. Alright, I don't need 10 of those. This is the point where we just make things for ourselves because the market board is selling in too great a volume. Or for too much money. Gosh, okay. Weaver? Leather worker. Primary tool. Well, that's blacksmith. Huh. Oh, needle is goldsmith, right? Trying to keep too many things in my brain. And then alchemist is minor, I believe. Yes, thermal alembic and Hell's Kitchen. Matrix has that. Done with the plates. And now we make the alembic. And untarget ourselves. And this again is plate, and let's get some rosewood lumber. May make it if they are too high priced. No, that's a pretty good low price. Two ingots gets you one plate. Now we make our Hell's Kitchen, and then we check what level Calla's miner is at, because I'm pretty sure she needs both the main and offhands for those jobs as well. I literally just looked at that. Alright. Miner is 50, and botanist is 51. Okay. Got some of that. Oops, I went to the wrong retainer. Grabbing one boar leather. And making 3 more cobalt ingots. Oops, I need to switch to armor to make the plate. 1 more plate. Got the Delabra done. Now we need the offhand. So we go into our master recipes. And we're making a forager's sledgehammer. I do have 1 horn glue left, so that's nice. It's also good to use stuff that's just in single stacks so that my retainer gets an empty slot. So let's get 2 wolfram ingots because I'm gonna need another one later. Two or 5, I guess. And may as well make the scythe while we're here, because we're going to need to make that no matter what. Almost done with our list of tools to craft. The gear, left and right side, is already crafted. Maybe not the right side. I might need to take care of that, but I thought I did. So back into the regular recipes to make a mithrite hatchet. Is that a 52 or a 50? Yeah, it's a 52, and she is... Whoop, cute. 51, so we will have to make the lower level botanist's hatchet. But that's okay. Let's grab some raptor sinew off of Line 1G. Goat horn from the market board. Another boar leather off of my retainer. He had a couple from the last time I did low level crafting, probably for Calla. And one more cobalt ingot. Set of tools with which to begin our crafting and gathering journey. It only took me about 45 minutes. Well, about half an hour. It's not that bad. A little bit of a delayed start. Quite a plethora of tools. She's looking all cool in her mithrite goggles. I like this haircut for her. And then the next thing we're going to be doing is decluttering her armory chest. Alright, Alright, forager scythe. Yeah, see, it didn't even, it went into her inventory. Can I desynth? Let's find out. I can't yet. Gosh. Time for some inventory management. No, we're not discarding that. We'll do it later. We'll do something with it later. Just need to clean up all this mess. Cleaner. Now let us... Where'd all my goodies go? Okay. There we go. And carpenter. Where's my die? I forgot to put the die in the chest. Oh well. Later. I will remember it later. There we go, and now she has an offhand. Oh. Did I not make the... Okay, I didn't make the offhand for goldsmith. Because I forgot my goldsmith offhand, now I will go get my Dragoon Blue die from Talia. This is just how we roll. It's no big deal. Get something to transfer back and forth. And if we get kicked from the lobby, we'll be back. Alright. It was the goldsmith offhand, which I believe is a hammer. No, it's a grinding wheel. There it is. And I have some astral rock. trinkets from submarine expeditions. And ancient lumber, I have used my last one, so let's see how pricey they are. Oh well, I guess we're getting 4. Very good. This time I remembered the die. So now, at last, we might be ready to begin. Now it's 40 minutes later. All part of the process. There we go. And we're going to dye the gloves. And the shoes. Don't think... oh, the glasses do dye. Well, let's dye the glasses too, we may as well. There we go. She cute. She cute. Okay. So one might think that I would start on a crafter, but I'm actually going to start on the miner. And do I have my bar the way I want it? Not really, but that'll do for now. Find out later if I want to change anything. Mostly I tend to use the second and third bars for like collectibles. So miner starts in Alda. I don't think I've done any mining quests at all yet. I know I've done the first few fishing quests, because they're just right there. It's so easy. But I believe that's it. Adalberta wants to teach you the importance of knowing the land. This is the level 5 quest, so I did do the level 1. I think that was just turning in copper. Hello there, Calla. 'Tis good to see you again. Judging by the blisters on your hands, it's plain you've been hard at it with your pickaxe. Good. You're ready for the next stage of your training. Eorzea is a vast realm filled with diverse environments, and her mineral wealth varies from region to region. Even within Thanalin, there's a marked difference between east and west. If you want to be a successful miner, it's essential that you know where to look for what. And for that, you have to become intimate with Eorzea. How else can you expect her to reveal her innermost secrets to you? Getting to know her every square malm is no small undertaking, of course, but the yalms soon add up, as I'm sure you'll find with my next task. I'd like you to seek out 10 bone chips for me. Just so you don't go about it completely blind, here's a hint. You'll find these just beyond the Gate of Nald. Off you go now, and happy digging! And now I'm going to show everyone a well-kept trade secret. I need mining earrings. Instead of going to the Gate of Nald, we're going to the Alchemist's Guild. We are going to the guild supplier, and we are buying 10 bone chips. Ding! If you need the experience, it's better to just go mine them. If you don't need the experience, which she doesn't, you can simply buy the product. Saves you the time, the effort, and you get through your class quests that much faster. Remember, that's 10 bone chips I want you to bring. Good luck. And here you go. 10 bone chips. Ah yes, precisely 10 bone chips. No doubt you had trouble tracking these down at first, but each chip you found added to your understanding. For your efforts, you've come to know where best to search for bone chips, and so it goes for everything else we mine. Now, in addition to learning where to find materials, you should also make a point of knowing who needs them. For instance, armorers and blacksmiths are our best customers when it comes to ores, while goldsmiths would struggle to ply their trade if we didn't supply them with gold and gemstones. Oh, and I mustn't forget the alchemists. Those fellows can never have too much rock salt and cinnabar, and we often rub shoulders with them. In short, know whence it comes and whither it goes. To be sure, you still have much and more to learn, and there's no substitute for hard work. Oh, don't look so glum. Just be thankful you don't have to bleeding memorize all that information. You have a gathering log for such stuff. Make good use of it and you can't go wrong. That's all for now. Keep up your efforts and visit me again when you've spent more time in the wilds with pickaxe in hand. I'll have another task for you when you've perfected your swing. Adalberta needs you to undertake a task in the name of the Miners Guild. Ah, there she is, the rising star of the Miners Guild. Oh, don't be like that, I'm only teasing. Which is not to say that it isn't true. The fact is, you've been working tirelessly and you've improved more quickly than I could have hoped. Indeed, I think you're ready to handle a task in the name of the guild. As you probably know, we receive orders from various parties, but most come from Amagina and Sons Mineral Concern. The concern actually owns this hall, but they've kindly given us a loan of it. In return, they get first pick of guild talent to work their mines. On occasion, they send requests for us to procure less widely used materials, commodities requiring quantities too small to warrant anything beyond an ad hoc arrangement. One such request happens to have arrived just now, and I want you to take care of it, Calla. This time, the concern needs 10 pieces of obsidian, and I'd like you to procure them. You'll have the best luck searching around the hammers in western Thanalo. This I am going to go get, so I am going to eat some mining food. I have plenty of Zoni. It's really mostly for the experience buff, rather than the stat buff at this level, but every little bit helps. And I have a mount on my hotbar. If I remember correctly... Ooh, there's Electrion. There's a level 50 A rank ready to kill little babies. No, I'll be okay. There's the obsidian, and we're going to enable quick gathering. So that we can get 10 chunks of obsidian, and if we get a little bit more, that's okay. I'll be crafting on Carpenter later, and that will require some obsidian. back to the Miners Guild with our pieces of obsidian. Remember, it's 10 pieces of obsidian we need. You'll have the best luck searching around the hammers in Western Phanelin. Ooh, this is some fine obsidian. The concern will be well pleased. In case you're wondering, the spoils of your labor are bound for the Colosseum. I'm told there's to be an exhibition featuring ancient arms. One of these is the Mahaquidal, a wooden sword with shards of obsidian embedded in its edge. Before man learned to work metal, he used various kinds of stone to craft blades for his weapons. Obsidian was among the most coveted thanks to the razor-sharp edge it could achieve. These days, of course, blades are still commonly forged of steel, and obsidian has fallen out of favor, but there's still folk out there willing to pay good coin for it, nevertheless. As an ambitious young miner, you'd do well to pay attention to such customers. Make the effort to stay abreast of demand, and your efforts will be more richly rewarded. You continue to impress with your progress, Calla. It's past time you learned how to use a sledgehammer. It's a secondary tool to be used in conjunction with the pickaxe. Thus equipped, you'll be able to break outcrops of bedrock and get to the precious minerals within. Well, what are you waiting for? Go and find a rocky outcrop and give that sledgehammer of yours a swing. Adalberto would like you to meet a prominent member of the mining community. Calla, I've been searching high and low for you. You have a visitor, and no ordinary one at that. I speak of Deep Canyon, vice foreman of Amagina and Sons Mineral Concern. It seems word of your sizable haul of obsidian has reached his ears, and now he wishes to meet with you. I can only speculate as to his intentions, I'm afraid. We haven't spoken much of late. Truth be told, I've scarcely seen him. You'd never know it, but we used to be close. Anyway, I suggest you go and see the man, find out what he wants of you. He's waiting by the entrance. You must be Calla, Lily. I've been waiting for you. I'm Deep Canyon, vice foreman of the concern. I must say, you're not what I was expecting. I was sure Adalberto's newest protege would be an Megan, like every other miner this place produces these days. But I'll wager you're from even farther afield, and that you're an adventurer. No offense, but in these parts, adventurers are known for being fickle buggers who break pledges like the rest of us break bread. Truth be told, I've always wondered whether you lot are actually good for old Da. But it seems you're not like the others. It takes more than a job and miner to deliver on an order from the concern. I have a mind to assign you work. Real work. But before I do, I'm obliged to test you. I want you to procure 10 ounces of cinnabar for me. Do this, and we'll talk about more lucrative undertakings. Of course, a bit of cinnabar shouldn't pose much trouble for the guild's rising star. 'Tis but a formality. And speaking of formalities, be sure to tell the guildmaster about your little test. She's the one in charge around here, after all. I won't have it said that I'm undermining her authority. A test from Deep Canyon, you say? I thought as much. In case you don't know, cinnabar is the material used to make quicksilver. It's found in certain types of rock, and you invariably need a sledgehammer to get at it. Now, I don't mean to dampen your spirits, but contrary to what you were told, cinnabar isn't easy to find. In fact, it's known to elude even experienced miners, and here you are tasked with procuring 10 ounces of the stuff. Safe to say, this test is no mere formality. I may not be able to help you dig, but I can point you to the right direction. Search just outside the Sunrise Gate. The rocky outcrops thereabouts are known to yield cinnabar. 10 ounces may sound like nothing, but take it from me, you'll have to work for every one. This is a big task, Calla, but I believe you're equal to it. Yep, that's what I thought. Right where I remember it. 10 ounces is nothing. But I won't tell them that. They think it's hard. Alright, we got a little bit extra. It's okay, because I might use it for alchemy. Oops, I give it to Deep Canyon. I want 10 ounces of cinnabar and not one less. Oh, and make it quick. I've got other commissions that want seeing too. Well, here you go. Well, well, the full amount. Congratulations, Calla, you've passed the test. Seems you've got even more potential than I'd been led to believe. This guild's no place for a lass of your talent. I'd make you my personal assistant, but sadly for you, the position's not open to adventurers. Why? Because the concern only employs those whose roots are firmly planted in Ul'dah. Our nation owes much of its prosperity to the mining trade, but more and more we see outsiders growing fat off the knowledge of our forebears. Oh, I know full well that there's decent foreigners out there who give as much as they get, yourself for one, but ultimately what belongs to Ul'dah should stay in Ul'dah hands. Of course, the current guildmaster doesn't share our way of thinking, which is something I dare say we'll need to see about correcting before long. Might be as business is good, but 'tis better to be short-handed than to watch outsiders make off with our wealth. But we were talking about you, Calla. You've proven yourself capable, and the concern will have more work for you in the coming days. Depend on it. Before I go, here's some free advice from me. Pay more attention to your gear. What you wear and wield affects how well you work. Even a decent pair of gloves can make a world of difference, take my word for it. These things cost money, 'tis true, but what's the price of a pair of gloves compared to the untold wealth that lies out there waiting to be dug up? Bugger all, that's what. And on that note, I'll be off. I don't doubt we'll meet again soon, assuming you stick with the trade long enough, that is. Well, as far as gear is concerned, I am well above my level. Yep, well above my level. The only thing I really deserve being chastised for is the fact I am wearing malachite earrings. But I'm going to fix that when I hit 51. Adalberta has a mind to teach you about materia. No, don't teach me about materia. Ah, Calla, I hear you've passed the vice foreman's test. Well done. I never doubted that you'd manage it, but I'm proud of you all the same. Tell me, did Deep Canyon have any words of advice for you, by any chance? I see. In case you're wondering, the vice foreman used to be a miner himself, but more than that, he used to be my mentor. My father was a miner too, but he died in a cave-in when I was but a child. The guild's been as a home to me since, and its members my family. I grew up here, watching girls sing and dance on that very stage. I even joined them for a while. It seemed the best way to please my adopted family. I didn't want to become a miner back then, you see. After what happened to my father, I could scarcely face the thought of spending a moment underground, never mind a lifetime. Not that the stage suited me much better, which left what exactly? Having been surrounded by miners for as long as I could remember, I began to wonder if I truly belonged among them. I even considered leaving. It was then that one of the guild's brightest and best took me by the hand and showed me the joys of mining. I speak, of course, of Deep Canyon. He taught me everything he knew, which was a great deal, and the more I learned of mining, the closer I felt to my father. I owe a lot to Deep Canyon, despite how things turned out. But I'm rambling. I meant only to tell you that the man knows what he's talking about, when it comes to mining at least. Now it's high time I taught you something. You are here to learn, after all. It concerns the vice foreman's advice to you. He speaks true. A miner who neglects his gear can't hope to work to his full potential. In the past, if you wanted to improve your gear, you had little choice but to replace it. But these days, we have materia. By your confused expression, I take it you're not familiar with the stuff. Well then, I reckon a lesson is in order. Simply put, materia is a kind of crystal that enhances the properties of equipment it's attached to. The attachment process is fairly simple, but that wasn't always the case. Time was, you needed substances called catalysts, and digging the stuff up once formed a healthy part of a miner's workday. Now, even though no one needs catalysts anymore, there's still educational merit in the gathering. To that end, I want you to try your hand at mining a variety of it, namely Grade 1 carbonized matter. 15 fragments ought to do it. You'll have the best luck searching around the Deneville checkpoint over in Middle Enosia. Oh, and you'll most definitely need your sledgehammer. I disagree. There is no merit in this. They should have changed this quest completely. This is unfair to me personally, and I don't like it. They should have made us mine for something else that was level appropriate, that wasn't materia. That's all I'm gonna say. Oh, I'm going to the Fisherman's Guild. I don't need to go there. Middle Enosia, not Aleport. Here we go! I found Scrog's Fruit. Presents! Presents everywhere! Alright. At least it's 15 and not 99. Like, I'll take it. So they nerfed it. They didn't get rid of it, but they nerfed it. Do not hit the jackal. And the last one gave me 2, and I only needed 1. Thanks, game. I will have to throw out the last one. Back to the Miners Guild. How goes your search for carbonized matter? Don't forget, it's 15 fragments that I want. Here you go, ma'am. Your 15 fragments. Aye, precisely 15 fragments of grade 1 carbonized matter. Well done, Calla. Now, I expect you're keen to learn about materia. Well, the first thing I should tell you is that it's not been around for long. In Eorzea, at least. Knowledge of its use only came to our shore a few years back. The process of enhancing equipment goes something like this. First, you take well-worn gear and extract materia from it. Don't ask me how. You then take that materia and attach it to the item you want to enhance. It's this procedure, known as melding, that once required catalysts like the kind you brought me. I should mention at this point that the actual task of melding is something that only skilled disciples of the hand should attempt. That's weavers, goldsmiths, and so on. These people used to depend on us disciples of the land to supply them with catalysts. Then, catalyst-free melding was discovered and we lost not a small source of work, but that's just progress for you, and I try to be happy for it. Now there's various kinds of materia, each offering unique benefits, and as I'm sure you've guessed, some can be exceedingly useful to miners. It is these which I recommend you seek out. Once you've found a materia you like, you just need to ask a friendly disciple of the hand to do the melding for you. I'm sure there's one among your acquaintances. Ma'am, I do it for myself. I level disciples of hand on every job I play, every character I play. Why did I leave? I'm tiny. Adalberta needs you to take on the work of an indisposed guild member. Calla, you couldn't have come at a better time. One of our number has been taken ill, you see, and I need someone to handle the work assigned to him. Tell me, are you familiar with effervescent water? Alchemists use it to make a substance called natron, and bakers use natron for leavening, that is, raising dough. Without it, there'd be no ginger cookies, crumpets, blood-currant tarts. As you may have gathered, I'm fond of the odd sweet or three. Of course, effervescent water is good for more than just baking. A lot of miners ask for a drop of it in their drinks. Makes the stronger stuff that bit more refreshing, see? And let me tell you, there's nothing better to wash away the dust of a hard day's mining. But you didn't come here to hear my thoughts on food and drink. You came here to learn about mining. And so you shall, by procuring some effervescent water for me. The Alchemists Guild needs 15 bottles of the stuff, and urgently. They couldn't stress that enough. From what I can make out, they themselves are scrambling to fulfill an urgent order for natron from the Bismarck in Limsa. It's one of Eorzea's finest restaurants, in case you didn't know. Anyway, you'd best get going. You'll need to work fast to make up for all the time I wasted chattering about sweets and grog. Oh, and you'll have the best luck mining around Buskarn's scar over in the Black Shroud. That I knew. Throwing this out, because there's absolutely no use for it anymore. To the South Shroud. I need to set up my auto teleports so that they stop asking me that. Teleport. Okay. Oh, you're waiting for me for something. Bye. Let's grab some silver ore first. And onto the effervescent water. Probably gonna need more silver than that, but oh well. Major General! He shall accompany me on my travels. Ambulario! Oh, he cute. That should do for now. And more silver. Well, I'm out here. Because I know I'm going to need to make silver ingots later on Goldsmith. That should be enough for now. And we're making a little pit stop at Blackbrush Station. I need to pick up the ability to desynth so that I can declutter my inventory. Why, hello there. I see you're a disciple of the hand like me. Mayhap you're interested in learning how to meld materia to gear? If so, would it be my pleasure to teach you? Heck yeah, lady! Ready to begin? Good. Now then, there's one thing to keep in mind when melding. Materia slots. Arms and armor each have a certain number of these slots, and this determines how many pieces of materia they can host. Normally, an item cannot host more pieces of materia than it has slots. However, as with most other things in life, there are certain exceptions. But this sort of knowledge is for later down the road. After you've become more experienced, you may want to broach the subject matter with Master Mutamix. Now, off you go, and happy melding. I don't have any materia right now, so I will come back for that one later. Later. Koko-sama would share news of his master's latest advance in the arcane art of materia manipulation. Riddle me this, friend. Have you ever found yourself in the unfortunate situation where your pockets were near to bursting with all manner of materia, save for the sorts you wanted the most? Well, I have, and I tell ye, it felt like I brought a sack full of fishing poles to a gold mine. Now I ask ye, what if there were a way to melt down a couple pieces of material that weren't availing you naught, and mould them into a shiny new piece that, Naimea willing, just might strike your fancy? This most handy procedure is something we like to call shifty makin'. Rather, that's what Master Mutamix calls it. Meself, I've coined the term transmutation, which I'm hoping might find favour with adventurers like yourself. How's it all work, ye ask? I could tell ye, but why ask the student when ye can learn from the master? You'll find Mutamix right over there, likely jumping out of his boots looking to trade tongue flaps about his discovery. I'll be back when I have materia. Neither of those was decent. Hi! By his vexed expression, it's safe to assume Sincoat has a favour to ask of you. For 12's sake, what living am I to make without wares to sell? She promised the shipment would be here by now. Ah, you there. You're an adventurer, are you not? Might I ask for your help in tracking a shipment of goods sorely behind schedule? I know what you're thinking, but considering the client, this request is certain to benefit you as well. If you're up for the task, I would have you speak with Nesting Heron at the bonfire in central Thanalin. For the shipment to be so late, I can only imagine some new innovation of that Mutamix fellow has her preoccupied. Mount! Ambulario is adorable. I'm throwing treats. I'm throwing tricks. There she is. What's this about a shipment? Oh, yes, of course. The package is prepared and ready to be shipped. I meant to handle it sooner, but I've become engrossed in the study of desynthesis. I'll be sure to send word of your visit along with his wares. Tell me more about desynthesis. You have not heard of desynthesis? I suppose you would have to visit the bonfire quite often to keep pace with Mutamix's myriad findings. Allow me to explain. Desynthesis is a new technique developed by Mutamix to break down weapons and armor into their constituent parts. In short, it allows the retrieval of those materials originally used to craft an item. On occasion, the process will also yield a peculiar crystallized mass. There is still much research to be done, but we believe the mass is formed from residual spirit bond energies infused into equipment by the hands that crafted them. Because this process is similar to the creation of materia, we've come to call these crystals demi-materia. Just imagine the applications. Fortifying weapons, creating new armor, the possibilities are limitless. It may also be worth mentioning that, while some of the demi-materia byproducts seemed unfit for reuse, their radiance was not unlike the rubies and sapphires one might find for sale in Ul'dah. I imagine they would fetch a fair price if you were to show them to right buyer. But if you are truly interested in learning more of desynthesis, I can think of no better way than trying it yourself. Perhaps the next time we meet, you can tell me of your own findings. Yay! I have a bunch of stuff to get rid of! And Risu pointed out it's time to switch out for the Christmas mount. I have a couple of those. I've got the Starlight Steed. I was on him a little bit earlier, but I also have the Starlight Bear. He must be added to the favorites. And... no. And... where is he? Okay, I got this one. I got the Yukinko Snowflake. I'm ready. I'm ready. Wind Up Rudy is in the favorites. Never mind. Christmas! It's coming! Look at all those gifts. Okay, we are now ready to give that effervescent water to Adalberta. "15 bottles of effervescent water, quick as you can. And remember, you're like to find it in Buscar's Scar over in Gridania's South Shroud." Well, here it is. Right in the nick of time. My thanks, Calla. I'll see to it that these are sent over immediately. Ah, but before I do, I should probably expand a bit on what we were talking about earlier. Specifically, the part about mixing spirits with effervescent water. See, I wasn't lying when I told you a lot of folk find the combination refreshing. It is refreshing. In fact, adding a bit of bubbly water makes the stuff go down so easily you have to be careful not to drink yourself under the table. I say this partly for your own good, and partly because the lad whose task you just took care of wasn't careful. Daft Sod threw up right where you're standing. Oh, but it didn't end there. He then slipped in his own puke and split his head open on the bar on his way down. Suffice it to say, he won't be working for a while. Thankfully, you took up the slack, and all is well with the guild once more. I could do with a few more like you, Calla. Keep up the good work, you hear. I was standing where he puked. Why? Ah, Calla, just the person I was about to send for you. There's an order I want your help with, see. It comes from the Gladiators Guild, via the vice-foreman himself. You recall that time I had you procure obsidian? Well, this time I need you to find wyvern obsidian, which is a good deal rarer. How rare, you ask? Let's just say I've handled the stuff no more than a dozen times in my life. So yes, it'll be a bugger to find, but don't worry, you won't be working alone. It just so happens that one of your guildmates has volunteered for the task. And considering how difficult it's like to be, I've decided to have the two of you work together. Your partner's name is Wide Gully, and he's waiting for you on the far side of the stage. Go over and introduce yourself, and he'll tell you everything you need to know. Run along now. Oh, and good luck. Oh, and time for Mozoni. You must be Calla, the guildmaster's pet. I've heard much more about you. They tell me you've got talent. Trouble is, you're an adventurer, and anyone with an ounce of sense knows adventurers can't be trusted. Adalberta's sorely mistaken if she thinks you're any different. Likewise, she's sorely mistaken if she thinks I'm going to help you find 15 chunks of wyvern obsidian. I'll sooner fall on my own pickaxe than see you take the credit for my hard work. That said, I'm not about to risk getting kicked out of the guild for disobeying a direct order. Luckily, there's other ways to handle this. What do you say to a contest? It's nigh on as good as cooperating, and so long as the client gets what he wants, Adalberta won't have cause to complain, will she? So here's the deal. We mine for wyvern obsidian separately, and whoever brings back the better haul, that's to say the purer haul, is the winner. Simple, yes? Now we both know I've been doing this a lot longer than you, and I won't have it said that I trounced a novice. So to make this more interesting, I'll give it as long as you want, for all the good it'll do you. Oh, and you can even go and talk to the client if you like. His name's Hrodger, and you'll find him outside the Gladiators Guild. Might as he can tell you something useful. Hope everyone's enjoying my photobombing, Major General. To the Gladiators Guild! Hrodger, what have you got for me? I am Prodger. What can I do for you? Got yourself into a contest with Wide Gully, you say? Oof, I don't envy you, miss. I don't know much about mining myself, but I do know that Wide Gully is good at his job. You can't be Deep Canyon Son without knowing a thing or two about being a miner. Anyway, I have no idea whose idea this contest of yours was, but if it means I get goods of better quality, you won't hear any complaints from me. Now, you wanted to ask me about Wyvern Obsidian, didn't you? Well, I'll tell you what little I know, but remember, I'm a gladiator, not a miner. Saying that, I haven't graced the blood sands for a while. Took a nasty blow to the knee, you see. Rest assured, the fellow that dealt it got far worse. Anyway, I'm all mended and ready to make my return, and I want it to be glorious. Something that'll be sung by the bards. So I thought a shiny new sword was in order, and there's nothing like a plumed oak macahuitl to draw a crowd. Why? Because it doesn't have a single piece of metal in it. Macahuime don't, as a rule. Aye, not a speck of metal, but if you wield it right, the shards of wyvern obsidian embedded in the blade will cut armor like a hot knife through butter. Ah, but I'm rambling. You wanted to know where to find this stuff, not what I plan to do with it. I vaguely recall a conversation I had with a miner a while back. We were talking about Mahahuitme. Oh, did I mention that's what you call more than one Macahuitl? Well, it is. Where was I? Yeah, yes. We were chatting about Macahuime, and the fellow said that he'd previously dug up wyvern obsidian around Thal's Respite in eastern Danelin. And that's all I know. Hope it helps. Again, we have a gathering log. I can just go look, but I appreciate everyone holding my hand through this. It's very nice of them. Lots of polite oldams. And for this one, you get to enjoy the lovely view of the back of my chair. Wyvern obsidian. Saltpeter. I'm gonna grab a saltpeter real quick. And quick gather that obsidian. You used to have to get HQ. And so of course I would actually have to use these abilities that I have, but now they just give you more of things rather than high quality. And all I have to do is quick gather to get more. Ta-da! Very quick, very easy. I do have a Christmas glamour plate set up. This is my winter glamour plate. And then this is my Christmas glamour plate for her. Her colors are light blue and sky blue, generally speaking. I went with red for my gathering gear just to be vibrant. What's the matter? Don't tell me you're having trouble finding a paltry 15 chunks of wyvern obsidian. Oh no, I'm already done. Oh? Managed to scrape together the required amount, did you? Well then, let's see your sorry specimens, just for the sake of formality. Bugger me! They're black as night. This is some of the purest stuff I've ever seen. How in the seven hells did you find these? You, a mere adventurer. Grr, I'm loath to admit it, but your obsidian's superior to mine. Well, it might be as you've bested me on quality, but there's more to being a miner than that. You need to be able to give the client what he wants, when he wants it. In other words, you need speed. Without it, quality counts for naught. I was by far the faster man, so we'll call it a draw. But mark my words, I'll best you next time, both on speed and quality. I'll see to it that the obsidian gets to Hrodger. In the meantime, why don't you go and tell the guildmaster all about it? I care not what you say. I think he cares a lot. Ah, Calla, how did you find working with Wide Gully? What? He challenged you to a contest? As if the task wasn't difficult enough. I'm terribly sorry, Calla. That was hardly fair of him. He's a born miner. What's that? You beat him? Truly? But he's one of the guild's very best. Well done, girl. Eh? He claimed he was faster, did he? Well, speed is important, but Wide Gully set the rules, and by those rules you won, fair and square. You've come a long way, Calla. A long way. You make me proud to be your mentor. At the same time, though, I must admit the miner in me can't help feeling some envy. But it's that which keeps a veteran like me on my toes, lights a fire in my belly. And I wouldn't have it any other way. Keep doing what you're doing, Calla, and I'll do my damnedest to keep up. Adalberta has an order she would like you to handle. Good to see you again, Calla. You'll be pleased to know that Hrodger was deeply impressed with the obsidian you got for him. More so than that, he was impressed you bested Wide Gully in the contest. 'Tis no ordinary miner who can outdo the vice foreman's own son. Lest you wonder, I knew full well who Wide Gully's father was when I tried to pair you both up. I also know for a fact that he has his sights on my position. There are some who whisper in my ear that I should expel him from the guild, but I can't help but think that's short-sighted. After all, it's hardly a crime to want to be a guildmaster. What's more, Wide Gully is a tremendously gifted miner, and I'm not in the business of punishing excellence. To be sure, I'm still better overall, but I'm not above admitting there are certain areas in which he's more knowledgeable. I tell you this because you'll need to speak with him again for your next task. We have received an order for 20 raw amethysts, you see, and none among us know more about the stones than he does. Now, I realize you didn't exactly get off on the right foot with Wide Gully, but the two of your guildmates and guildmates help one another no matter their differences. Strolling on over, bold as you please, after humiliating me the other day. You've got some gall, adventurer. Aye, I know why you're here. I heard about the order for raw amethysts, too. No doubt you're wondering where to find them, and you're after my hard-earned knowledge. Well, I'll gladly share it with you. Why so obliging, you ask? 'Cause the knowledge ain't gonna be worth a damn to you, that's why. You'll find all the raw amethysts you can carry about near Hopeseed Pond, over in the Central Shroud. The problem has to do with the beasties inhabiting the place more aught than else. Lindwarbs, stropers, sprites, I hear tell even Jaded Jody's made her home there. Even Rabban would have trouble taking a stroll through that neck of the woods, let alone a common adventure playing at miner. I don't expect to see you back here with 20 hairs on your head, much less 20 of them stones. Well, sir, we will see about that. We'll just see. I already have access to the White Wolf Gate, you see. Where the heck? Oh, there it is, all the way back there. Oh my. Let's get a wind shard, a peridot, an amethyst, a granite. Nice. Let me move my map. I'm used to having my mini-map way up here. Okay, there we go. Oh, here you go. Got the Christmas bear for you. One short. Let's get another peridot. And another amethyst. And another granite. Don't know what I'm going to need when I'm going to need it. But that is that quest knocked out. You'll find your raw amethysts near Hopeseed Pound over in the Central Shroud. Let's see how much you're willing to risk for 20 of them. Yeah, no problem. Bugger me! You mined these amethysts? I can't believe you made it past all them nasty creatures. Though it might be it's time I stopped being so surprised. You goddamn adventurers come through more often than I care to admit. Any road, it's one thing to find the amethysts, but do you even know aught about them? Their properties? What they represent? Thought not. Well, here's a free lesson. Amethysts are lightning aspected gemstones, prized as embodiments of calmness, decisiveness, and intuition. And coming back with such a large haul of them, it would seem you've got all these things. I might have been hasty to pass judgment. The more I see you work, the more I see why the Guildmaster is so fond of you. I never imagined an adventurer would give me my toughest competition, and I was learned better than that, to take every adversary earnestly. Seems I'll have to redouble my efforts if I'm to secure my place as the best in the business. Don't you worry about the precious amethysts you brought. I'll see 'em safe to the Guild's stores. I look forward to our next contest, adventurer. That's when I'll drive the pickaxe home that I am the better miner. We'll just see about that wide gully. Level 51! I didn't make myself a right side. Adalberto would like to entrust you with a difficult task. Have you heard, Calla? The latest tally has you tied with Wide Gully as the Guild's highest earner. You started as a novice with a rusty pickaxe. Now you're one of our stoutest pillars. You've truly come a long way, my friend. I find myself turning to you more often for difficult orders, the bulk of which have been coming from Deep Canyon. As you should well know from past expeditions, these tend to entail going to dangerous locales. I'm loath to put my people in harm's way, but the concern owes us, in truth, if not in name. It'd be ill done to refuse their requests, no matter how onerous. But just this once, I have a mind to do just that. I can't in good conscience order you to a wild place like Querthus, merely for the sake of 20 pieces of jade. Aye, that's what Deep Canyon is requesting this time. And if I have to send someone, you've rightly proven yourself the best candidate. But you should understand how risky the endeavor. Think long and hard before you do something we both regret. While you're mulling it over, though, I should let you know that Wide Gully wanted a word. You'll find him in the usual place. I take it you've heard about the job, and I can tell from the look in your eyes that you're already on board with giving it a go. When you came back with the amethysts that last time, I came to realize something. A true miner must be prepared to risk life and limb for his prize. Mining for jade, at no less a place than Haldrath's March in Querthus, would be a perfect way to put my conviction to the proof. I challenge you to another contest. The first to find 20 pieces of jade and deliver them to Adalberta is the winner. The superior miner, by all objective measures. Okay. I'm cute. Okay, let's see if I can get some jewelry. Probably gonna have to go make it for myself. Yeah, I can't access the... Is it 53 or 52? Mithrite earrings are 52. Okay. Well, I have enough gear for now. I don't need to worry about that quite yet. Man. Okay, well, 52 it is. And that's fine. To Camp Dragonhead. Alright. Good torque. Just getting a little extra. Probably need it later. I understand White Gully has challenged you yet again. I know the temptation is to seek out victory whatever the cost, but winning isn't everything. You do what's right for you, Calla. I have 20 jade right here. By the 12, this is the jade. And such fine samples, too. Congratulations are in order. You've won the contest. By default, that is. White Gully never got his 20 pieces, you see. As he went about his work, he lowered his guard and was attacked by a fell fiend. His wounds were such that it was all he could do to run to safety. He's whole of body, if somewhat worse for wear. He's like to be out of action for a while. But that's not the worst of it. More than the wounds you can see, I worry for his state of mind. He saw you as a rival to surpass, but he ended up losing in a contest he himself devised. That kind of disappointment is enough to break most people. Trust me, I know. But I pray that White Gully has the strength to get back on his feet and take up the pickaxe once more. It'd be a shame to lose one so gifted. Let's return to the matter before us, though. I wasn't exaggerating about the quality of this jade. Its purity and strength allow you to see why it's thought of as the embodiment of immortality. Since ancient times, man has chosen to adorn his tools and garb with it. Imbuing yourself with the everlasting is certainly an attractive notion. And no one is more aware of that tradition than White Gully. It's for that very reason I intend to create for him a gift of jade. The stone bears my hope that he will rise again, no matter how often the spinner might see fit to test him and bring him to his knees. Alberta has a personal favor to ask of you. Ah, Calla, I was hoping you'd come by. I need your help with something. It concerns Wide Gully. He's recovered from the wound suffered in Querthus and resumed his mining for the guild. Wonderful news, to be sure, but one thing yet troubles me. You see, Wide Gully has been taking on far more tasks than a single man should. Some attribute his newfound fervour to the sting of losing that ill-conceived jade contest, but I suspect there's more to the tale. I tried to broach the subject with him, but he's as stubborn as an aurochs, insisting it's naught but my imagination. But I know there's something, and where I've failed you might succeed. Strange though this might sound, you're the closest thing he has to a friend here. So I beg you, Calla, speak with Wide Gully and try to learn what ails him. Do what you can to ease his burdens. Can I help you, sir? No doubt Alberta sent you. She's been on me something fierce since I came back, but it doesn't matter why you're here or at whose request. The simple truth is I need your help. I've got a secret that would be sure to bring great shame on my family, but I need to tell someone, and I know that you're an honest sort. Ledgers at the concern have been tampered with, and I'm being credited for work I didn't do. Wasn't keen on believing it, but the culprit is my own father. I first suspected something was off when I received my last evaluation. I know better than anyone what I do around here, and I knew I wasn't working that much. I looked over the concern's records of its dealings with the guild, and sure as day I found some right damning evidence. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I never wanted it said that I had a leg up in the guild because I'm the vice foreman's son. If I was to succeed, I wanted it to be by my own hands. Learning that my old man was falsifying my accomplishments was like a punch to the gut. And that's why I've been working so feverishly of late. By fulfilling enough orders, I'm hoping to turn my father's lies into truths. But I've taken on more jobs than I've got hands to juggle them with. So like I said, Adventure, I need your help. I'd say I'm swallowing my pride to ask you this, but I've got no pride left. Whatever happens from here on out, I'm a miner first and foremost, and I just want to do my job. Right now, the order giving me the biggest headache is one for 20 chunks of electrum ore. You can find the stuff south of Camp Bronze Lake, over in Upper Lenosha. Please, hurry, and thanks. Ah! Major General. He cute. Okay, yeah, my high bonus is there. Get a turquoise. Oops. Oh well, we're getting multiple raw turquoise. And back to raw electrum ore. I'm gonna get more than just the 20 because I know I'm gonna need more than 20 for my personal use. Ooh, a goatskin map. Okay. Across the way. More electrum ore. Plethora of electrum ore. Stack of 120 electrum ore. For the goldsmith stuff, I'm going to need quite a bit. Lots and lots of electrum ore. Much more electrum ore. A cajillion electrum ore. That was criminal. I've fixed it. Bonus. A storm recruit. Sorry, storm recruit. There will be no combat today. Alright, that should be enough. For now. Back to White Gully with the electrum ore. She's just a little guy. Okay, there he is. Next to the stage as usual. Have you got the 20 chunks of electrum ore yet? In case you've forgotten, you'll find them south of Camp Bronze Lake over in Upper Lenosha. Please, hurry. I hurried! I did it quick like... I couldn't have mined better ore myself. You've done me a great kindness. Gratitude rolls queerly off my lips, does it? Mayhap that's something that comes more natural with time. 'Twas only my pride that held it back before, and, as I said, I've naught of that left. I have to work harder than ever now to make my fictionalized accomplishments more than just ink on parchment. As of now, I'm a fraud, plain and simple. Not unlike this electrum, really. 'Tis impure stuff, gold mixed up with silver and other metals. Bah, what am I saying? That comparison ain't fair to electrum. At least this alloy is worth something. You see, when refined, electrum takes on an opulent, whitish hue not seen in other metals, and there are other certain things that can't be made without it, so it's prized by crafters. No. If I'm to liken myself to any metal, it'd have to be common brass. Stuff's pretty enough to look at when polished, but worth little and less. Gah, I had dreams of being special. A one-of-a-kind type of miner everyone respected, but now I just... Enough of this brooding. I hate myself as it is. No need to be adding a whiny sop to my list of failings. You saved my hide today, Calla, and I'll find a way to repay the debt. Mark my words. Well done. Adalberta is gravely concerned for the fate of an old friend. Calla, thank the gods you're here. It's White Gully. He's gone and filed a complaint against his father to concern, citing an abuse of power. It has forced Deep Canyon into a difficult position, to say the least, and though the two of us haven't exactly seen eye to eye of late, I still owe the man a great debt. I would go to him and offer what aid I could, but he's like to spurn even the attempt. I know full well how much I've already asked of you, but I would be eternally grateful if you'd lend Deep Canyon aid in my stead. To get started, it might be best to see what possessed his son to inform on his own flesh and blood. I know. Here at the Guildmaster's bidden again, well, I see no reason not to tell you about the situation. You know most everything, any road. My old man was foisting dangerous jobs on the Guild, forcing its members to risk life and limb for his own agenda. If that ain't the very definition of abuse, I don't know what is. You yourself were on the receiving end of this, I'm sure you'll recall. Kin or no, I couldn't stand by and watch my guildmates being used like pawns in his game. So I went to the concern's upper management and filed a complaint. He hasn't said a word to me since, but I'd have a guess that he might be willing to speak with you. You've certainly done your fair share for the Guild. He's out by the entrance right now, in case you want to hear his side of the story. Ah! Sir? It's been some time, Calla. You're doubtless here as regards my son's accusations. Well, it's just as he claims. Now, this ain't gonna spare me what's coming, but I had a reason for my actions. Vengeance. I was supposed to become master of the Miners' Guild. Everyone knew I had the best claim. But Adalberta robbed me of the honor. Me, the man who taught her nigh everything she knows about her trade. She went behind my back and conspired with her predecessor. And then, fancy who ended up being chosen to lead. By way of payback, ever since I became vice foreman, I've striven to make Adalberta's life harder than trying to mine with a dull pickaxe. All those outrageous demands, to make her look incompetent. At the same time, I went about ensuring my son was well placed to take over as guildmaster. And my plan was about to bear fruit, too, till you came along and ruined it all by being my son's better. By your expression, I take it you're doubtful of the tale. Well, you need only ask your dear guildmaster. She can vouch for everything I've said. Oh. Sir, you've been very naughty. What? Deep Canyon believes I cheated him out of becoming guildmaster. That's not it at all. I never aspired to this position. Gods, I was only an LME and refugee, working as hard as I could to get by. I never even dreamed that I could rise as I did. And I suspected even less that it was the self-same dedication to my work that would lead to me being chosen. If I had known that accepting the mantle would tear us apart, lamenting the past won't avail us. I only know that I wouldn't be where I am without the man. I can't allow this misunderstanding to cost Deep Canyon everything. I simply couldn't bear it. I'm not sure there's aught we can still do for him at this point, but we must try. Listen, White Gully is the one who filed the complaint. If you were to throw your own weight behind some of my concerns, then maybe he could yet do something. Please, Calla, it would mean so much. Sir? Adalberta wants to help my old man? Truth be told, it ain't my wish to see his career destroyed neither. I only wanted to teach him a lesson. Make him know he can't just use people for his own ends. But now that the concern knows, it's been taken out of my hands. In their eyes, my father's actions have jeopardized relations with the Miners' Guild, and nothing could be worse. So they've given him a test. If he's to remain vice foreman, he must prove at the inquest that he still has the confidence of the Guild. And they ain't interested in no words. They want hard evidence. That is to say, they're demanding that someone from the Guild show him loyalty by going and digging up 3 of the toughest damn chunks of ore there is to find. Dark steel. Problem is, he's got no allies in the Guild on account of his own behavior. I certainly don't qualify for the task, being for his son. And now Adalberta can't do it neither, because she's the bleeding guildmaster. That's just how it works. This leaves you, Calla. We don't have much time before the inquest begins, so you'll have to hurry. And I wasn't exaggerating before. Darksteel's elusive as all hells, located in the snowy reaches of Corthus and nowhere else. To actually find this stuff, you'll first need to use your Truth of Mountains technique to locate unspoiled mineral deposits. Then, and gods know why, you'll have to survive a night in the cold for the deposits to reveal themselves. Finally, you dig up and you pray. When you have enough chunks of dark steel ore, take him to Adalberta. I'll make sure she knows what's going on. 1 a.m. Okay, well I am a little early for that, so what I can do is go make myself some jewelry and desynth to declutter. I knew I'd be switching back at some point. The world is always congested. It's never not congested anymore. Okay, making jewelry. I need 1 holy water. Let's just take the holy water. And 2 B3 nuggets. Switch over to ladder worker. Necklace, that is... Well, I mean, I may as well make it now. Need 1, 2, 3, 4. Screw that. What? Oh, right. 2, 3, 4, 5. Why? And then 2 of these. Might just make these. We'll see how expensive they are. I don't need 3. And there we go. And one more wyvern skin ring. And ta-da! Okay, back to Calla. Now she definitely has everything she needs. I hope. Slight congestion. Not that bad. Here we are, beside the company chest. What? Oh, I'm not level 52 yet. Duh. Okay, let us desynth everything we can. Is that brimstone? making space. I'm so glad that they changed desynthesis so that you can desynth no matter what level you are. Used to mean a lot of breaking. All right. Desynth all the things to make all the room. I'm just a little guy waiting for my ore to spawn. It's at Eorzean time, 1 a.m. So I have 2 more in-game hours. So I shall desynth all the things. I don't need any of this. Now it is 12 a.m. We're going to go out in preparation. Look at that little guy. He's so chill. Well, I came to Mordona, but that's okay, because I can go up from Mordona. Shark butt. Dark steel is right around these parts. I'm just gonna wait. Just out here waiting for my node.
Yep. I'm not the only one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, no, that's just a regular. I was thinking it was my own.
Mountain. There it is. Yeah, there was one other person waiting here with me. Oopsie. Gotta actually land. Okay, now we don't really have much. We've got bountiful yield, so we can use that. It's good to have some extra, because I might use some for crafting at some point. Yay! Level 52 miner! Now I can equip some jewelry. Yay! Back to Ul'dah to deliver the chunks of darksteel ore to Adalberta. Someone just went dink!
Oh no.
White Gully has told me all about the situation. Be sure you bring the darksteel ore as soon as you've got it. Now I feel this bears mentioning, but regarding how to go about obtaining the ore, it may sound ridiculous, but it's exactly as Wide Gully says. You'll need the endurance to survive a night in Querthus, and the truth of mountains to locate unspoiled mineral deposits. 12 speed your way. It is right here. Incredible, Calla! Your talents are truly boundless. Hopefully these will suffice to spare Deep Canyon, but let's make haste to the inquest. Wide Gully is already on his way. Oh, those angry Lalafells. Well, did you get a guild member to bring you darksteel ore? 'Cause make no mistake, Deep Canyon, if you came to this inquest empty-handed, we will end you. Your time with the concern will be just a memory. Well... We have the ore right here, procured by Calla Lily of the Miners Guild. Darksteel ore. "12 be good. She isn't lying. This is darksteel and some of the finest I've ever seen." It's no ordinary miner who can find darksteel, let alone stuff that looks this good. Seems your reputation is well earned. That said, we're hardly here to question your ability, though I find myself wondering as to your motives. Why did you bring the ore? I'd like to know the same. Why stick your neck out for him? He's given you nothing but trouble. What in the seven hells are you trying to pull out, Alberta? I don't need anyone's pity, yours least of all. I'm not here to give you my pity, but to clear up the misunderstanding between us. Misunderstanding? Listen to me, Deep Canyon. I never wanted to become guildmaster. The responsibility was thrust upon me, and there was naught to be done for it. Gods, when my name was being bandied about for the position, my first instinct was to take myself out of consideration. I spoke to the guildmaster in private, as you say, but it wasn't to connive against you. It was to give up my claim. You expect me to believe that? If I had truly betrayed you back then, would I have bothered to come here? But if that's true, then everything I've done, by the 12, to have taken this far.
You didn't want to admit defeat either, Father. Adalberta beat you out on her own merits. You knew this in your heart, but you refused to accept it. In your pride, you convinced yourself that she betrayed you, but by doing so, you only validated why you were passed over for Guildmaster in the first place. Please, Father, let go of the past. Accept that you were beaten, as I have with Calla, and let's start over.
You have it in you to do so, Deep Canyon, to begin anew. I know of your love for mining more than anyone. If you would be willing to try again, I promise you the Guild's full cooperation.
Full cooperation? Are you sure about this?
Aye, I would leave the past where it belongs, in the past. The Guild wants only to look forward, and to continue working with the concern. Calla was the biggest victim in this whole affair, yet she is willing to give Deep Canyon another chance. She wouldn't have brought the Darksteel or otherwise.
That's well and good, but what about you? Can you really forget everything he's done?
I can. Above all else, I miss my old friend and mentor. To get him back, I would forgive much and more.
Adalberta. Well, I'm inclined to lay this matter to rest. Any objections, say? If you're satisfied, brother, then so am I.
Then it is settled. Vice Foreman Deep Canyon, by request of the Miners' Guild, you shall retain your present office at Amagina and Sons Mineral Concern. Through hard work, I trust that you will make amends for past transgressions. I'm glad that's over. Calla, I would have a word with you in private. Would you mind returning to the Guild with me? I asked you here so that I might thank you properly. Had you not been on hand to help, Deep Canyon's career would have ended prematurely and in disgrace. Worse, I might have lost my dear friend forever. I owe you a debt that I'll likely never be able to repay. Ah, but look at you. In no time at all, you've grown into a miner who can make the earth yield up even Darksteel ore, the rarest of metals. There's nothing left for me to teach you. As an adventurer, you're like to find yourself in all corners of the realm, but wherever your road takes you, I want you to practice our craft for the good of all. Go well, Calla, and may your toils never go unrewarded. Mammon! Alright, I am going to leave myself over at the Botanist's Guild and take a little bathroom break.
Okay, we are back. Are you ready to meet Fufucha? Fufucha wants to assign you a new task. Hello again, Calla. I'm told you've been putting your hatchet to good use. Well done. Yet, as I mentioned before, hacking away at trees does not make you a botanist. You must also strive to deepen your understanding of nature. I say this in the knowledge that you have done just that. Whether you realize it or not, you have the air of a woman who is at ease with the world around her. I do believe you are ready for your next task. I would like you to go to Tree Speak and there harvest 10 pots worth of maple sap. Once you have enough, pray deliver the sap to Cicely. She will be pleased to receive it. Off you go now, Calla. Let's see. Maple sap. Oops, I'm way too high. Maple sap is level 2 in the North Shroud. Let's move this up. I like to put my map here-ish. Low-key eating lunch while I do this, so forgive any pauses. That guy just killed a ground squirrel for no reason. And once again we'll do a quick hit at everything, because we can probably use it later. Whoops. Okay, that's fine. It's fine that it's a little bit more, because I'll probably use it when I do some cooking. And back into Gridania. And now to find Cicely. Actually faster not to use the etherite in this case. I'm just running around a couple corners. Hello there, I have some maple sap for you. On a quest for maple sap? Then your best bet is to search the vicinity of Tree Speak. I happen to be waiting for a delivery of sap myself. Might you be the botanist tasked with supplying it? Yes, and here it is. Ta-da! Ah, the maple sap I requested. Then you must be the new botanist Fufucha has been fussing over. Ah, but where are my manners? Thank you. Why do I need so much of the stuff? Well, allow me to explain. It's the very least I can do after all you've done. Boiling maple sap causes it to thicken into a sweet syrup called, aye, you've guessed it, maple syrup. From maple syrup, we can make maple sugar, an ingredient used in various recipes, particularly confectionery, from cakes and tarts to toffees and chocolates. In short, all the things that children love. Okay. You've probably guessed it by now, but the maple sap you harvested will be used to make sweets for the children, those poor souls who were orphaned by the calamity. They may put on a brave face, but their eyes reveal the depths of their sorrow. There's precious little joy left in their lives. But Gridania won't abandon them. No matter your walk of life, there is always something you can do to help. Though it may only last a fleeting moment, a single smile of theirs is worth all the effort. My apologies. I got carried away. Now, where was I? Ah, yes. In addition to maple sap, we botanists gather various other kinds of foodstuffs. As such, we work quite closely with culinarians, those disciples of the hand who excel at cooking. We're also on good terms with woodworkers and weavers, as both are reliant upon us to supply the lumber and fiber they need for their respective crafts. As botanists, it behooves us to learn what manner of materials are used in crafting, and there's no better way to do so than firsthand. If you have an interest, you might consider dabbling in one of the disciplines out there. I also urge you to make a habit of reviewing the gathering log. As your knowledge of botany grows, more of its contents will become comprehensible to you. Well, I'd best see to the maple sap. It was lovely talking to you. I don't need that. I don't need any of that. Thank you, though. I appreciate you. Back to my guildmaster. Ah, Calla, you couldn't have come at a more opportune time. I have a favor to ask of you. We just received an urgent request from the Order of the Twin Adder. They ask that we supply them with 10 crow feathers as soon as possible. Crows often leave behind feathers where they perch, which can be used to make arms and armor. Requests for the items have been coming in with increasing regularity. The situation must be grim indeed. It would not do to keep the defenders of our nation waiting. I would be most glad if you could help us fulfill this order. Crow feathers can be found in abundance in the area south of Gilbert's Spire. Once you've procured 10, promptly deliver them to Cicely. I've given her charge over our stores. Many thanks in advance. Mostly naked Rogaden woman still over there. Just AFK. And now we go to Central Shroud. I have received an achievement, logging the hours, Black Shroud 1. turning to Cecily. You're helping us out again? My thanks, friend. In case you've forgotten, the crow feathers can be found in the area south of Gilvert's Spire. Or at the Carpenter's Guild if you're feeling lazy. Ah, the crow feathers! You have my thanks. Doubtless, you already know this from Fufucha, but it's the Order of the Twin Adder that requested the feathers. If I heard it true, they're in the midst of preparing for war against the Ixal. The crow feathers are needed to make arms and armor. Feathered harpoons, plumed yew-crooks, and the like. It's a fine feeling, being able to do our part to aid those men and women who defend our nation. But to need such a large stockpile of feathers, it gives me pause to imagine the bloodshed that lies ahead. Will the Twelveswood ever know true peace? Oh, but there I go again with my wistful ramblings. Feel free to ignore me. Now before I forget, Fufucha asked me to give you something on her behalf. A scythe. The scythe is what we call a secondary tool. Used in your offhand, it allows you to harvest from lush vegetation in addition to the mature trees you already know so well. That Fufucha has seen to make you this gift is proof positive of your progress. You're no longer a novice, my friend. I dare say you're ready to try your hand at fieldcraft leaves, perhaps even take on grand company work. But first I recommend you head off into the wood and find some lush vegetation to try that new scythe on. Off you go now, and come back when you're ready to take on another task for the guild. I'm gonna desync that because I have a better one, but thank you. Fufucha is troubled and needs your help to solve a problem. Ah, my dear Calla, you are looking ever more botanist. I do believe you are ready to take on further responsibilities for the guild. Guilds such as ours exist only by virtue of the cooperation of their members. Each individual must set an example for the rest if the collective is to thrive. The time has come for you to set just such an example. A matter has arisen, the handling of which I would entrust wholly to you. You may deal with it as you see fit, providing you see the problem solved. The matter in question concerns a valued client of ours, the merchant Albgast. It would appear one of our number has done something to upset him. Pray seek out the merchant at the ebony stalls and inquire after the reason for his ire. Oh, and choose your words well, lest you add fuel to the fire. Miss, you may consider me the heart of discretion. There's a gimme kitten! Fufucha sent you, did she? Good. I'm not a man to mince words, so forgive me if I seem blunt. You know what marjoram is? But of course you do. You're a bleeding botanist. It's a very common ingredient in alchemy, isn't it? Very common. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't you botanists supposed to be the experts in harvesting such stuff? Yes, you are. Strange, then, that the expert who brought me my last batch of fresh marjoram didn't so much harvest the poor plants as dismember them. Why, the leaves were so torn up I couldn't recognize what they were at first. Needless to say, they're next to useless. So thanks to your herb-hacking colleague, I have no marjoram to make my concoctions, which is why I inquired at your guild, only to be told you were out of supplies. And here we are. Now, if it ain't too much trouble, I would be obliged if you could bring me 10 sprigs of fresh marjoram, and I'd please like them whole, as opposed to the fine bleeding puree your bush-butchering colleague delivered. Truth be told, I don't much care about your hatchet-happy friend. What I do care about is not keeping my customers waiting for their medicine. In short, hurry. Oh, and for the love of the gods, be gentle with the plants, will you? I shouldn't have to say it, but after the last bloke, I'm not taking any chances. I got you, sir. I got you. went to the wrong Etherite, but that's okay. Did you get the marjoram? The herb is said to grow around the matron's leaf, though I hardly need to tell a botanist this. Do hurry, I'm keeping dozens of customers waiting. Yes, sir. Ah, the marjoram, and such fine specimens. I'm sorry I gave you such a hard time, friend. Thanks to you, I can get back to making echo drops. Do you know of echo drops? They are an alchemical concoction that restores voice to silenced lips, allowing the imbiber to cast spells again. Conjurers and thaumaturges never leave home without a bottle or three. But I must say again, these are some of the finest specimens of marjoram I've seen, and they're none the worse for the picking. It's clear you know your way around a plant. As for your colleague with the heavy hand, I'm certain your guild will deal with him appropriately. Thanks again, and send my regards to Fufucha. Yes, sir, I shall. To the Botanist's Guild. To turn in my quest. Past the half-naked Brigaden woman again. Ah, there you are. Thank you for a job well done. There's no need to report the details. I have already heard all I need to know. It is my belief that the botanist in question had naught but personal gain in mind when he so hurriedly harvested the marjoram. In his haste to complete the task and claim its reward, he damaged the herbs and rendered them useless. Such greed brings shame on our guild, and I will not tolerate it. The offender's name shall be struck from our roll. As I taught you when you first came to us, a botanist nurtures the natural environment to the mutual benefit of man and wood. He who thinks only of his own benefit has no respect for nature, and is unfit to call himself one of us. Of course, you hardly need reminding of this. Something tells me you shall never give me cause to worry. But let us speak of cheerier matters. Tell me, did gathering the marjoram pose you any trouble? If you ever find your work unduly onerous, you might consider outfitting yourself with better gear. Even something as seemingly insignificant as a new pair of boots can make a world of difference. As you gain in knowledge and experience, you will find yourself venturing farther afield in search of new bounty, and your choice of equipment will become ever more crucial. Go now, Calla, and keep up your efforts. I look forward to seeing you continue to grow as a botanist. They're telling me about gear. I know about gear. I am wearing very good gear. My empty synthing, whatever you gave me. Thank you, though. Fufucha appears to be concerned with your appearance. Good morning, Calla. I see from the soil on your hands that you have been as diligent as ever in your botany. I am not surprised. As we develop new skills, so do our labors become more varied, and thus does our motivation grow. Yet know that motivation can only take one so far. If you wish to master botany, you must pay heed to those details which you have until now taken for granted. In particular, I speak of gear, the tools of our trade. Not all tools are created equal, you see, and if you are to work with any degree of efficiency, you must use such gear as befits your ability. Lest you misunderstand, I am not telling you to go and replace your gear. There is a more frugal way to improve your tools, and one more respectful to nature besides. Tell me, have you heard of materia? It is a kind of crystal that can be used to enhance the efficiency of your gear. In the past, the enhancement process required certain catalysts found throughout nature, the gathering of which was our domain, but new methods have rendered them obsolete. Be that as it may, these substances still make for ideal subjects for training for budding botanists such as yourself. Therefore, for your next task, I would like you to gather a quantity of one such catalyst, namely grade 1 carbonized matter. 15 fragments should suffice. A thorough search of the area surrounding Aleport will surely prove fruitful. The hamlet lies in western Lenosha, upon the Isle of Vilbrand. Once you have gathered the requisite amount, pray present the carbonized matter to Sandre. He will teach you the basics of materia. I don't
need that lesson. I don't need it. I know about materia. I promise. We're gonna make you get it anyway, even though it's obsolete. Yes, that is bureaucracy for you. At least I can get it quickly. I hear a kitty. Oh boy. Fafucha sent you to learn about materia, you say? Very well. Bring me 15 fragments of grade 1 carbonized matter and we'll talk. As requested. It seems Fafucha has high hopes for you. Very well, let us speak of materia. The art of crafting with materia is yet new to Eorzea. It was born to our shores by a goblin scholar named Mutamix some few years ago. Put simply, the process begins with extracting materia from old gear. This is then attached to another piece of gear, enhancing the item's properties. Mind you, it's not as if any half-wit can do the attaching. No, it takes a skilled craftsman with the necessary knowledge and experience. And once, the process also required substances known as catalysts. The carbonized matter you've gathered is one such substance. But then they discovered a way to attach materia without this stuff, and we botanists are a little more idle for it. Such is the way of progress. And that, my friend, is materia in brief. Now, I'd thank you not to ask me about the workings of it. That sort of scholarly stuff is beyond my fathoming. If you wish to know more, or perhaps even try your hand at crafting with materia, I suggest you seek out the goblin Mutamix. It's said he has his camp at a place called the Bonfire in the wilds of central Thanalin. Oh, and keep in mind that materia comes in a great many varieties, each granting unique benefits to the gear it's attached to. I dare say you'll lose count of all the kinds you come across in your adventures. If I were you, I'd try to find a craftsman who'd be willing to attach materia for me. Chances are there's such a person among your list of acquaintances. Well, yes. But I can do it for myself. That's why we level things. Fufucha has a mind to assign you a large order. As Gridani continues to make headway along the road to recovery, ever more outsiders shall flock to her gates. They come here in hopes of trading, and Gridania must welcome them if she is to forge stronger bonds with her neighbors and prosper. Make no mistake, Calla, busy times lie ahead. Verily, we have just now received an order for no fewer than 2,000 fine quality sprigs of chamomile from the quicksand in Elda, so run along and harvest them, would you? I jest, of course. A scale of this task will require more than 2 hands. If you would be so good as to procure, say, 15 sprigs, I would consider it an appropriate contribution. Chamomile is well known for its fragrant aroma and soothing properties. There is satisfaction to be had in ensuring that folk from every corner of the realm can sample the delights of this great staple. Don't you agree? The herb is abundant in Upper Lenosha, around Oakwood to be precise. Once you have harvested 15 sprigs, pray deliver them to Sandre. If only I had done it when I was there. Back we go. If only I had a quest guide open. Ooh, it's foggy. Some sticky rice, some pixie plums. I feel like I'm gonna need those. Oh yeah, I'm gonna need those. And some chamomile. And back to Sandre. So, Fufucha has you harvesting chamomile as well, does she? Return here when you have 15 sprigs and I'll add them to the pile. While you harvest, I shall ponder how in the 7 hells I'm supposed to ship them all. Hop to it.
13, 14, 15. Aye, precisely 15 sprigs of chamomile. My thanks, friend. Ah, that distinct aroma. There's nothing like chamomile tea to calm the nerves. It's the perfect way to end the day, I reckon. Now all I have to do is wait for your fellow harvesters to bring the rest, pack the lot, and drag it all to the airship landing. I expect I will have earned a cup or two of tea when that's done, though I rather suspect it will be the very last thing I fancy. I don't know if Fufucha mentioned, but this batch is bound for Ul'dah. It would seem the lords and ladies there have developed a taste for chamomile tea. Developed a taste, I said, but like as not they drink it just to impress their neighbors. Wouldn't surprise me one bit if each cup was served on a golden saucer. But there I go again, spouting my old prejudices. It's a bad Gridanian habit, I know. Sooner or later I'll have to get rid of it. Don't want a visiting Ul'dah to splash hot tea in my face now, do I?
No, it's raining.
Fufucha appears to be in some distress. I fear we have a situation on our hands, Calla. The guild's crop of alligator pears has been ravaged by vermin, and scarcely a day before the fruit was due to be picked. It is disheartening to see our labours come to naught, but such is the way of nature. Alas, our woes do not end there. In a fine example of ill timing, no sooner had the disaster come to light than we received an unusually large order for, yes, alligator pears from the Carline canopy. Yet all hope is not lost, for the fruit also grows in the wild. We need but find enough to fulfill the order, 15 to be precise. Our man Soliu is charged with keeping track of such produce as may be harvested in the Twelves Wood. He spends most of his days around Bent Branch Meadows at this time of year. If there are alligator pears out there, he will know where to find them. Pray seek him out, Calla, and do as he directs. I know where to find them. I have a gathering log. Looking for alligator pears? Aye, I heard the unfortunate tidings. Yet all we can do is take it on the chin and cope as best we can. I recommend you search northeast of Quarry Mill. Wild alligator pears grow there, and were doing well when I last passed through. Barring pests, they should be ripe for picking, right about now. Oh, and just so you know, the place you're going to is no different from any other untamed corner of the Twelveswood, by which I mean it's full of nasties. Botanists like myself avoid the area if we can help it, but it should be as a walk through the flower garden for an adventurer like you. Now, you'd best be on your way. Those alligator pears aren't going to pick themselves. No, they aren't. And I have stealth, sir. Nothing can see me. Nothing will find me.
Squealy Bean.
Oops. Well, I guess I'm getting 4 chocobo feathers. It's alright, I'll use them for crafting. Oh no, my inventory is almost full.
Bebe, it's okay. Moms are doing stuff.
Perfection. Let's see. gonna go get rid of some stuff first. That's enough room for now. Oh, my little shark just chirps behind me. Fucha, I have done it. I have fulfilled your demands. I trust you now know where our alligator powers are found in nature. Please hurry, Calla. It would not do to keep our client waiting. Of course I didn't. 15 alligator pairs, and just in the nick of time. You have spared us Moon's wrath. Lest you misunderstand, Moon is a reasonable woman, ordinarily. It is just that much rests upon the fruit's availability. Alligator pears are to form the centerpiece of a new dish of hers, you see, a hearty salad which she has been promoting feverishly to adventurers, far and wide. Moon would not have been best pleased had her plans gone awry, but owing to your efforts she can keep her promise, and we are good reputation. My profoundest thanks, Calla. I trust you have learned a valuable lesson from this episode, namely that we must not take nature's bounty for granted. As I taught you when you first came to us, nature is an unsentimental creature. She may provide for our every need today, only to take it all away on the morrow. Those who would walk the path of botany must come to terms with this fact, and the sooner the better. For should your labors prove fruitless, and they frequently shall, no amount of brooding will avail you. At such times, one must remember that, for all her seeming cruelty, nature is not our enemy. She simply is. If you would become intimate with her and partake of her bounty, you must learn to accept her unconditionally. That I do, Fufucha. But I do not need these. Thank you. Fufucha is in need of an adventurer's helping hand. Ah, Calla, you couldn't have come at a better time. A dear old friend of mine has found herself in a predicament, and is in dire need of a botanist's aid. Normally I would not trouble you with a request of such a personal nature. This task, however, should serve you nicely in your training. A contingent of the Godsquither have just returned victorious from a hard-fought battle with the Exile, and my culinarian friend Yanni has been tasked with overseeing a feast befitting the occasion. Unfortunately, she is suffering an untimely shortage of a key ingredient. I would ask that you harvest 20 laurel leaves, which can be found amidst the lush vegetation to the northeast of Little Alamico in southern Thanalin, then bring them to me for inspection. Will do. Yanni needs laurel, huh? I know exactly where to find it. I'm in the bush. Just 2 more. Dark and rainy, but I have my cute little umbrella to tide me over. I would ask you to harvest 20 laurel leaves, which can be found amidst the lush vegetation to the northeast of Little Alamigo in southern Denland, then bring them to me for inspection. Yes, here you go. Let me see here. 19, 20, and nary a withered leaf among the lot. Yanni will be pleased as peas. Speaking of which, Calla, do you know why laurel is so prized by culinarians across the realm? Not only does it boast a most pleasant aroma, deep yet not overpowering, the perfect accent to a savory stew or seasoning for a steak, but it is also known to stimulate the appetite. The brave men and women of the gods' quiver feast now, but it is only a matter of time before they are summoned back to the field of battle. Deliver the laurel to Yenny, and that she might prepare a feast that will warm their hearts as well as sate their stomachs. Yenny, I have some laurel for you. Greetings, friend. Are you perchance the botanist to whom Fufucha entrusted my order for laurel? Yes. Yes, I am. Oh. Well, I can see why Fufucha is always singing your praises. These will be among the crispest, most aromatic laurel leaves ever to grace my spice rack. The Ixali raiding parties grow more relentless with each passing day. I fear that the day will soon come when we can no longer afford to feast our men as heartily as we do today. Still, Gridania's finest require sustenance as much as they need their lances and bows. I am but a simple culinarian, but I would do what I can to support my countrymen, and yet there is only so much I can accomplish on my own. In any event, I am grateful for your aid. Pass along my thanks to Fufucha, and let her know that I shall be calling upon your services again. Okay. I hear Yanni was overjoyed with your delivery. Thanks to you, she'll be able to prepare a feast befitting the triumphant occasion. And yet, truth be told, I take no pleasure in martial victories. Every day that we continue to water the soil with blood, I fear we lose something of what we once were. There was a time when Gridanian and Ixal alike lived in harmony with nature and with each other. Is there no other way to resolve our differences than with lance and arrow? Forgive me, Calla. I do not mean to burden you with my troubles. Fufucha wears a pensive mien. Oh, good evening, Calla. Forgive me if I seem a bit pensive. You know, if you must know, the thought that our harvests are contributing to the war effort has been weighing heavily on my heart. What I truly wish is to be an agent of peace, but what can a humble botanist do? In the meanwhile, another order has come in from Yenny, this time for zucchini in large quantities. No, I am afraid our homegrown harvest simply will not suffice. Fortunately, they are said to grow wild and in abundance in the Lenosha region. I would ask that you travel to eastern Lenosha and harvest 20 of the finest zucchini you can, from the area south of Raincatcher Gully. When you are through, bring them here to me. Can do. With that fat chocobo's butt in the way the whole time. He flies with cake. Cake will make him fly. Yeah. Extra zucchini. More zucchini. Much more. Much and more. And a little extra for those dishes I'll be making later. Oh, that's a cute outfit. Hello. I've completed your mission. What resplendent zucchini! I had no idea such succulent specimens could be found in the wild. Truly a testament to the splendor of nature, is it not? The zucchini plant is quite sensitive to humidity. One would never see them grow so large and luscious here in the Twelveswood. Furthermore, they are quick to ripen and quicker to rot, meaning that timing is of the essence. And yet a perfectly ripe zucchini is truly a thing of beauty. Sweet enough to be savored raw, its skin retains a pleasantly firm texture even when stewed. I suppose Yenny means to prepare a wholesome and hearty feast for our soldiers. I know, I should take pride in serving our nation this way, but I have troubled you enough. Take your harvest to Yenny with my blessing. Oh, she's back in the hut. She moved on me. Fufucha assured me my 20 zucchini were on their way. Might you be the one who took the order? Why, what remarkable zucchini! I have not seen the likes of these in quite some time. At the risk of sounding boastful, I dare say that my next batch of ratatouille is shaping up to be the tastiest Gridania has ever seen. Ratatouille is a dish that holds a special place in my heart. It was the first recipe I learned, you see, taught to me by none other than Fufucha's own mother. My father was a traveling merchant, and our family moved often when I was young. I had few friends until we moved here to Gridania, where I befriended Fufucha. Hours would I spend by her side as she rooted through her garden. After sunset, we would go inside, where her mother would whip up a ratatouille that truly warmed both body and soul. Ah, to relive those days. Wait a minute, I have an idea. This is the ratatouille that inspired me to pursue the culinarian's path from such a young age. Do take a bowl to Fafucha. It seems she could use something to pick up her spirits these days. Ma'am, that's a plate, not a bowl. I'll give it to her, but it's a plate. I thank you for delivering the zucchini to Yanni. I suppose she's already slaving over a hot stove, preparing a stew that will give our warriors the stamina to fight yet another... What's that? Yanni has something for me? Why, this is my mother's ratatouille. I always knew that Yanni loved this recipe, but I had no idea she'd learned to reproduce it to such succulent perfection. Ah, this brings me back to the old days. Yes, things were so much simpler then. Now the ratatouille that once warmed our hearts after hours spent frolicking in the garden serves to light a fire in the bellies of those who march off to war. Will things never be again as they were? That is the simple fact of time, madam. It keeps moving onward. Things will never be the same again because they cannot. We can only move forward, not back. Recent developments have Fafucha feeling increasingly unsure of herself. Calla, I trust you, not only as a botanist, but as one who shares my dream of bringing peace to the forest that shelters us. The Order of the Twin Adder has commissioned us mistletoe in staggering quantities. You will need to search in the vicinity of Camp Dragonhead in the central highlands of Querthus. The curative properties of mistletoe make it a vital ingredient for many salves and medicines. I cannot help but fear that our guild has once more been drawn into serving as fruitless war effort. Forgive me for being a hopeless idealist, Calla. Could you visit the Adder's Nest and inquire with Lieutenant Gavin as to the nature of his request? I will not refuse his order. You may simply assure him of that. I just wish to know. Well, you already know. You're just sending me on a fetch quest. So, Fafucha wishes to know how the mistletoe will be used before she fills the order. This is a fair enough request. I have no intent to deceive her nor you. The mistletoe will be used to prepare medicines for the battles ahead. It is as simple as that. This will not please a pacifist like Fafucha, I know, but what can be done? Does she think we enjoy bloodshed any more than she? Were there a way to bring peace back to the forest, I would be the first to welcome it. In the meantime, the Ixal continue to attack our people, and we do what we can to protect them. A single soldier, such as myself, has no more power to end this war than does a botanist. In any event, I must return to my duties. If you could harvest 20 sprigs of mistletoe and tell Fafucha that our courier will be along to receive them, the order would be in your debt. I already have 6 somehow. I must have gone there to grab some for a turn-in. I found that.
19 out of 20. I have to go hit another node. Tufufucha. I return with the thing you asked for. Welcome back, Calla. So it is as I feared. Do not worry, I will take the 20 sprigs of mistletoe. Thank you. You have served the guild well once more, and so the unending cycle of bloodshed goes on. Needless to say, by no fault of your own. I bear no ill will to Lieutenant Gavin or his people. On the contrary, I have naught but respect for his candor, not to mention his service to my homeland. What weighs heavy on my heart is a sentiment far more simple, almost childish. I simply cannot bear to see this forest I love suffer any longer. War is inevitable, this I understand, but by aiding the war effort, we do not merely contribute to the suffering, we profit from it. No better than the parasitic mistletoe, we suck the life out of the trees that shelter us for our own personal gain. A parasite. Is that what our once proud guild has been reduced to? How can I in good conscience permit this to go on? Forgive me, Calla, I would be alone with my thoughts for a while. Ma'am, I believe you are overthinking it. Fufucha of the Botanists Guild has reached a most difficult decision. Forgive me if I seemed a bit distant the last time we spoke, Calla. Allow me to get straight to the point. I have not come to this decision easily, but I have come to it all the same. As of today, I have resigned from the Botanists Guild. Our battle with the Ixal rages on, and there are rumblings from the Empire as well. With each passing day, more people die. The soil is stained deeper with blood, and the 12swood weeps. Meanwhile, I fulfill orders for the war effort. And for what purpose? That more Ixal may suffer and die than Gridanians? No. If this is what it means to be a botanist in this day and age, I want no more part of it. Yanni, may Nofaka bless her dear heart, tried her best to convince me to stay. Still, I fear my heart is settled. Mind you, this decision is mine alone. I would pass no judgment on those who find meaning in their efforts here. Should you wish to continue to serve the guild, I am sure Yanni will have suitable tasks for you. Farewell, Calla, and may the 12swood ever shelter you. Hey, is there a plant that can cure depression? I think we need it. Oh, Calla, I'm so glad you're here. You spoke to Fufucha, yes? It absolutely breaks my heart to see what's become of my old friend. Fufucha and I have known each other since we were both knee-high to a funguar, and I assure you, her knowledge and passion for flora of this realm is second to none. This guild would be absolutely lost without her guidance. Of course, I understand her worries. These are not easy times for a true seeker of peace and friend to nature. And yet I cannot help but feel that her emotions cloud her better judgment, that she is not seeing the forest for the trees, if you will. Fufucha has convinced herself that she is doing more harm than good to the natural world she still loves. Preposterous! Has she forgotten the countless trees she planted after the calamity, journeying far and wide to return lush verdure to our shattered realm? Someone must remind her of all she has accomplished and the work that is still left to be done. To that end, I have made contact with one of Fufucha's former apprentices, a botanist by the name of Rudaloin, who now tends to a forest that Fufucha herself led the planting of many years ago. My words as a friend will not reach Fufucha now. Only a fellow botanist who understands the depths of her worries can heal the wounds in her heart. I beg of you, Calla, speak with this Rudaloin and seek his counsel. Rudaloin tends to the forests surrounding the Timberlord's lodge in the central highlands of Querithus. Please go quickly. Once Fufucha leaves our guild behind, I fear that she will never return. going under protest. This is a little ridiculous. Well met, Calla. Yanni told me to expect you. I am Rhodaloin, a humble botanist, plying his trade in these bleak lands. Botany is not simply my livelihood. I consider it my true calling. A calling I would never have discovered were not for Fufucha's guidance. Needless to say, I was devastated to hear the news. All hope is not lost, however, as I have hit upon an idea. Tell me, Calla, are you familiar with the spruce tree? I do not blame you if you are not, as it is a rare sight these days. As Fufucha would tell it, in the years before the calamity, vast forests of spruce would stretch for malms and malms. What spruce trees you see today are the result of Fufucha's efforts to bring the flora of ages past back to Eorzea. Perhaps seeing that her work has borne fruit will convince her not to abandon her life as a botanist. Knowing Fufucha as I do, the gesture would mean the most to her if the spruce were harvested by the hand of an apprentice close to her heart. Your hand, Calla. Before you set off, be forewarned. Spruce is still rare to these parts, and not easily discerned. Only one with knowledge of the truth of forests could hope to identify such trees, and then only after straining the eyes from the break of dawn. If your eyes are true, friend, you will come upon mature trees unlike any you have seen before. Harvest from them 3 spruce logs, and then disconnect from the server. Got through about 2.5 hours. What sucks is we were coming up on the time to harvest spruce. So let's see if I can get back in the game in time to get some. Let me in! Let's see how many people are in the queue. Probably hundreds. $187 people in queue. We're definitely not getting back in time while the spruce window is up. It's just not happening. Well, maybe. Let me turn on my Truth of Mountains. Forests, I mean. I was unable to locate anything. I'm just gonna... Before you set off, be forewarned. Spruce is still rare in these parts and not easily discerned. Only one with knowledge of the truth of forests could hope to identify the trees, and then only after straining the eyes from the break of dawn. If your eyes are true, friend, you will come upon mature trees unlike any you have seen before. Harvest from them 3 spruce logs and bring them back to me. 9 a.m. Okay. I didn't miss it. I actually have a few hours. Oh, I can't desync that. Ooh, I'm getting full up.
We're just hanging out here, waiting till 9 a.m. Eorzea time. Almost. Almost. And we're off. At last. Now we shall return to him. Sir, I have some logs. If your eyes are true, friend, you will come upon mature trees unlike any you have ever seen before. Yeah, I did all that. Remarkable gathering, Calla. I see that Fafucha has trained you well. I had a mind to deliver them to Fafucha straight away, but I just received some troubling news. You have heard that we here in Querthus are locked in war with the dragons, have you not? A recent dragon raid has left many soldiers and settlers without shelter. A carpenter in the area is doing all he can to construct new lodgings, but lumber is in painfully short supply. I share your concern for Fafucha, but I am sure you agree that our first priority as botanists is to help those in need. Why, Fafucha herself taught me as much. Please, Calla, seek out the carpenter and deliver to him some spruce logs, that the people of Querthus need suffer without a roof over their heads for no longer. Ambulario brings me joy. I can still do Halloween-y things. It's not American Thanksgiving yet. Yes, on the off chance that you're either blind or stupid, I'm a busy man. Busy doing what, you say? Searching for lumber, that's what. We've no end of houses that need rebuilt after being smashed to bits by those damn dragons. Or haven't you noticed that there's a war going on here? Look, I don't mean to be rude, but I've no time for chit-chat. Take a look around. These ain't hospitable lands. Without shelter, people will die. Damn it all! Is there not a single sturdy log left in all the highlands? Well, sir, I happen to have brought you several. Why, this is... I've never seen wood like this. Where in the name of the 12 did you find this? To think that lumber of this quality could be found in these lands. Why, I'll not forget this kindness, friend. Those trees will save lives. Those trees will save lives? You bet they will, little missy. Speaking of which, whom do I have the pleasure of addressing? My name matters not. I'm just a humble botanist and nothing more. I would bid you speak to my colleague Broidloin at the Timberlord's Lodge. He will see that you will never want for lumber. I don't know who you are, miss, but I'm glad we met. The gods are truly watching over us today. I could have filled that cart, by the way. Not just 3 logs, but okay. Shall we go for a walk, Calla? When Yanni suggested I travel to Querthus, I had not the slightest idea what she had in mind. The moment I laid eyes upon this forest, I remembered. This was your intent, was it not, Calla? You, Yanni, and Broidloin. Your gentle concern for my faltering heart is not lost on me, nor is the meaning of this forest. The trees themselves speak volumes. The seeds, the art of botany, the love and reverence for nature that we brought to Ishgard have taken root in the lands and in the hearts of people, and grown strong, strong indeed. As strong as the majestic spruces that once more graced these snow-swept highlands. The spruces that will now provide shelter and comfort to those who have been ravaged by war. Like the 12's wood, this forest has suffered greatly in these times of strife, and yet this forest has strength. A strength that has harbored since time immemorial, and one it shares with us, a strength that goes beyond logs we harvest or the herbs we gather. I must never forget the lessons I have learned here today. On the contrary, I must share what I have discovered here, that hope might take root again in the hearts of our countrymen. Let us return to Gridania, Calla. The 12's wood is calling us home. And behind that rock, a Gabu is eating something. is raining in Gridania again. Do you hear, Calla? The leaves whisper to us, welcoming us home. To think that I almost turned my back on them forever. The battles rage on, and the forest will not go unscathed. Gridania and Ixal hack away at innocent branches and uproot flowers and shrubs for their own self-seeking causes. The sadness, the powerlessness is at times too great to bear. And yet, if I were to walk away, who would tend to the wounded forest in my stead? There is only so much that a lone botanist can accomplish, and yet every seed that is planted, every tree that takes root, brings us one step closer to a future where we live in harmony with the forest. In my pain and frustration, my eyes had been blinded to this truth. Thanks to you, Yenny, and Roidaloid, I see again. Rest easy, Calla. I will remain here at the growery. How could I not? The forest needs every friend it can muster in these dark times, and it would seem I still have much to learn. I would be honored to continue to walk the path of the botanist with you, not as guildmaster and apprentice, but as peers, fellow shepherds of the forest. Be you ever safe in your travels. Why, thank you. I accept. And I got some wyvern skin wristbands. The neck is unfortunately 54, but I'll get there. Now we're going to start with Leatherworker, so that can replace our main hand. Pat, 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 pat. Paddling along. What does she want? Picked it up yet. Oh, that's the... I'm seeing this quest up here. Guildmaster Giva wishes to evaluate your progress. Getting used to that knife I gave you. Gods know it doesn't happen very often, but you've chanced to find me unoccupied. How about you show me what you've learned? Let's see you make 3 leather chokers. After all, there's more to our craft than simply tanning hides, and chokers are just about the simplest things one can make. You'll need circles of leather and animal sinew to accomplish this task. Osgith can provide the sinew, and I'm sure you recall the method for making leather. I hope your technique has improved since last time. Now, while we have an ample stock of skins, there are many other means of procuring your materials. Hunting for your own pelts, for instance. Aye, I know what I said about that before, but that was about assuming it was necessary. Choosing to do so is another matter. Indeed, it may teach you to appreciate the source of your livelihood. Not all leatherworkers are wont to choose this method, but you are an adventurer, are you not? When you've finished your work, bring your chokers here for inspection. Okay, that's all I've got. So I will get the final circle of... wait, I think I've got... Nope, no animal skin. Oh, nope, Marvelous has my animal skin. No animal sinew though, so we'll grab 3 of those from Osgith. Sinew. Oh no! Time to file some stuff. I think it's probably time to make a couple new retainers too. Let us be about it. Let's see. Yeah. Oops, I don't need to save it. I bet that's taken. That's taken. Ha-ha! Okay, Marvelous had my animal skin. Oh my goodness, Ginger. Really? Yeah, basically. What have you got? Dye. So, let's also do alchemical stuff. Nope. Yeah. Wait, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. There. No, I don't need to save what I just loaded. Of course it's not. No questions. Don't ask me any questions either. We're gonna have, okay, let's see. Got leather. Take that off, take that off, take that off. Take that off. You get, wait, I don't have anything right now. Alright, and this one too. So you're gonna get my botany stuff. And now, the ever enthralling act of setting up my bars. That's where it should be. That's where it should be. Oops. Goes here. 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 Oh well, that's not everything where it ought to be, but it's close enough. And now we're going to eat some crafting food. Ah, fish soup. Oops, I HQ. It's raining, it's pouring. Old Britannia never stops being wet. I have leather chokers for you. You've finished your work then. I suppose there's no denying that these are leather chokers. If truth be told, an Oppo could have achieved similar results given skins, sinew, and time. Oh, but I don't mean to make light of your efforts. You fulfilled the order precisely as requested. A job well done. Now then, I will teach you something to supplement your learning. Through physical training, the body can be made strong and resistant to injury. Not so the throat, which ever remains a vulnerable point. Although a leather choker provides less protection than a metal gorget, its simple design makes it ideal for everyday applications. This simplicity also makes it an ideal choice for beginners practicing basic techniques, and for guild masters assessing their progress. As you are, you would make a passable leatherworker, one among the nameless multitudes who scrape a living out there. Whether you rise to become something more is contingent upon your efforts. Consider this amateur's all a reward for your efforts. You will find it an indispensable partner to the head knife as you continue your training. Now I must return to my work. If you chance to find me unoccupied again, mayhap I will teach you something else. Till then, keep your nose to the grindstone. Yes, ma'am, I know about gear. Thank you for teaching me. see. Oops. Repair. How are your techniques coming along? If you honestly think you've improved, then I have a new task for you. But before that, let me ask, you are familiar with the Fen-Il brand, are you not? Yes. But of course, how silly of me. Even an adventurer hailing from distant lands should know the most famous brand of leather goods in Eorzea. Anyway, all goods sold under the distinguished Fen-Il name are crafted by none other than our leatherworkers. We've been asked to fill an especially large order on short notice, and so our stores of hard leather are nearly depleted. I was considering how best to handle this situation when you arrived. I'm sure you see where this is going. We need 12 circles of hard leather as fast as you can make them. Quickly, now, go! And I have no animal hide. Whoops. And I have no hard leather, so I will simply get myself some animal hide. Why did I get 20, you say? Because I'm going to accidentally HQ a bunch. I haven't made it yet. Alright, now let's quicksynth. I knew I was going to HQ a bunch. It's almost like I've done this before. Please tell me you've brought the hard leather. Well, well. These are better than I expected. It is more difficult to boil leather than to tan it, but the process results in a stronger, more durable product. These properties make hard leather the material of choice for those who prefer stouter armor. The fruits of your labor shall serve the guild well, as training materials for new initiates. You seem troubled. Surely you did not imagine that your leather would be used in the construction of Fen-Il goods. Oh gods, no! Only our elite leatherworkers, hand-picked by me, are permitted to make wares that bear the Fen-Il name. While we had enough hard leather to complete the Fen-Il commission, some of the materials used, despite being of excellent quality, were originally intended to be distributed as practice materials. As such, the initiates' supplies ran dangerously low. Come now, there is no call to be disheartened. Do you not see that in furnishing the beginners with supplies, you've proven that you are no longer a beginner? You have given them that which they could not make themselves. When you first arrived, I would never have entrusted you with such a task. Make no mistake, you are improving. Why, at this rate, my great-great-grandchildren may yet commission you to make a shoe sole, or even 2. Speaking of commissions, I think you've proven yourself sufficiently skilled to handle orders without my supervision. Go and see Gontran and the Carline Canopy if you're interested in taking on a few guild leaves. You would gain much-needed experience and earn yourself some coin besides. But enough chatter. Come and see me again when you have further refined your technique. Oh, and if you make it during my lifetime, I dare say you'll find me in a more talkative mood. Cold.
Ah, Calla, you couldn't have come at a better time. We urgently need someone to craft a pair of hard leather caligae and a hard leather choker. Do you think you can handle both? To explain the situation, I had entrusted the commission to another leatherworker, but found the quality of his work so wholly unacceptable that I had no choice but to demand that he start again. Naturally, I gave the fellow a sound dressing down, reminding him that he had dishonored the name of Fen-Il and so on, only for him to run off, bawling, leaving a trail of snot and tears in his wake. Needless to say, I was more than a little concerned. After all, there was a very real possibility that I was going to have to keep a customer waiting. But thanks to your timely arrival, everything will be put to rights. As I've already mentioned, I needed to craft the 2 articles in your overly sensitive colleague's stead. This will be your first task undertaken for Fen-Il fineries. This is an opportunity few leatherworkers receive. See that you don't squander it. What is it? Troubled by the crushing weight of expectation? Well, you may cast your fears aside. You've done yourself credit thus far, carrying out my instructions with nary a complaint and taking all my criticism on the chin. I know that you won't shame us. And even should the worst come to the worst, I know you'll have the good grace to go before the customer and apologize in person. But enough talk. You'd best get started if you're to complete the order on time. Hard leather caligae. Okay. Beast sinew. Bronze rivets. You have bronze rivets. And a hard leather choker. Beast sinew. Run, 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 over to my retainer. She's got my beast sinew. Boo. Doesn't need to be HQ. Got your stuff? 2 pieces are ready, you say. That remains to be seen. The leather used is well made, and the articles look as they should. The construction is solid, good. As you know, this type of leather is valued for its toughness and durability, yet these same qualities make it troublesome to work. An inexperienced leather often ruins the material with shoddy stitching and poor molding, resulting in a final product that is misshapen, brittle, and liable to fall apart. Your caligae and choker, however, bear none of the hallmarks of amateurism. Your construction is solid, and your leather has retained its strength. You've grown considerably as a leatherworker, Calla. Your latest creations attest to this. But you still have some way to go. The clasps aren't securely fastened, and the stitching needs to be tighter. In short, you must learn to pay more attention to the details. These articles aren't quite fit to be placed into the customer's hands, but they can be salvaged. You've done your part well enough. I will see to the rest. In the meantime, I would have you attend to something else. It is an important duty, and one that is all too often overlooked by artisans, namely, taking responsibility for falling short of expectations. In the guild's reception area, you will find an Uldan gentleman named Sonosubati, one of our regular customers. It is he who placed the order for the caligae and the choker. I would have you go to him and kneel in apology for the delay.
What in the name of the 12 are you doing? Do get up! What's that? My order is delayed, you say? Is that all? And there I was thinking something terrible had happened. It's quite all right, truly. I came here precisely because the Leatherworkers Guild has never compromised on quality. This trifling delay only confirms to me that the principle still endures. Anyway, it is very kind of you to bring me word. By the by, your face isn't familiar to me. Are you new to the guild? So Giva herself is applying the finishing touches to your handiwork, even as we speak. Well, I dare say the Guildmaster sees promise in you. Why else would she consider your work worthy of her personal attention? She is famous for having cut up far more experienced leatherworkers' efforts for scraps, and that before their very eyes. As for encouraging you to come and apologize, some may think that Giva goes too far, but it is simply her way of educating her own on the finer points of business. As a native of Alda, I must say with some confidence that it is an education worth enduring. Well, it has been a pleasure to meet a rising star of the Leatherworkers Guild, and that is no hollow flattery I speak. Your name is Calla, Lily, yes? I shall observe your career here with great interest. In fact, the next time I place an order at Fen Il Fineries, I shall make a point of insisting that you are given the job. Thank you, kind sir. Another recruits all decent. Guildmaster Giva has a difficult task for you. Ah, there you are, Calla. I hope you've been working on your techniques, because I have a difficult task for you. Well, mayhap not as difficult as I had originally intended. I had thought to bid you prepare 100 circles of Aldgoat leather, but instead I want to gauge your aptitude for materia melding. You've at least a passing familiarity with materia, correct? The crystallized substance often used to enhance the properties of weapons and armor? I certainly hope you do, Calla, because an experienced leatherworker is expected to possess the skills to melt materia to his wares. For this task you will affix a single materia to a pair of goatskin leggings. What type of material you use is of no consequence. What matters is your ability to successfully attach it. And it goes without saying that you must make the leggings as well. To do so, you'll need cotton, cloth, and aldgoat leather. Most cotton cloth is produced by the weavers of Alda's sun silk tapestries, while aldgoat leather is of course obtained from aldgoats, which roam the deserts of Thanlin. Lest you think I mean to send you all the way to the Sultanate, fear not. If you can obtain your materials by perusing the market boards, or by eliciting the help of friends, by all means do so. That said, a trip to central Thanlin might be warranted if you know nothing of materia. There's a goblin somewhere out there who's been said to be an authority on the subject. Now run along and get crafting, Calla. To the markets! I'm not putting my own tender body to the test. Aldgoat leather. Aldgoat leggings. Skin leggings. Oh, their feet. That's so annoying. I have no cotton cloth. I have no leather. Here we go. I'll get 10. I don't need high quality.
Now we make some cotton cloth. At least it can still be normal quality. Ooh, a new recruit! Materia? Oh, okay. People must be doing relics again. All the materia is super pricey. Yeesh. Okay. Madam, are the leggings ready yet? I trust you didn't forget to attach a materia to it? Well, they could be worse. I don't know how long you've been about this adventuring business, Calla, but did you know that leggings were once no more than strips of cloth or leather? It's true! We used to wrap each leg with a single long strip from ankle to knee. Nowadays, of course, designs which extend to the thigh are far more popular. Soft, lightweight leggings like these provide the balance of protection and flexibility demanded by the wood whalers, the gods' quiver, and adventurers like your good self. Based on your leggings, I'd say you understood well the importance of these qualities, not to mention the basics of materia melding. Indeed, if I were to judge your performance on a scale of 1 to 10, I would give you a 6. No, a 7. The remaining 3 points, you ask? Quite simple, really. Your leggings were made from skins, which were taken from living creatures. The 12's wood is filled with a wealth of life which we leather workers must take in order to craft our products. Do you know how the goat lived? How was it killed and skinned? Do you understand how these skins find their way to our hands? To understand this process is to understand life itself. Those leather workers whose creations truly deserve to bear the name of Fen-Il have faced this burden and accepted it. To them it's simply truth. Therein lies the difference between the good and the great. Your leggings are fine, Calla. It is you that needs improvement. Call me an incurable optimist, but I do not think it beyond you. Study your materials and learn their history. Practice your craft and keep discovering new techniques. That is still your path forward. And who knows? Mayhap one day I'll allow you to represent the guild in the annual exhibition, and pit your skills against the finest craftsmen in all of Gridania. Of course, that day, should it ever come, is yet a long way off. Still, it is good to have a goal, however distant, is it not?
It is not as distant as she thinks. Guildmaster Giva appears to be upset, though it would probably be wiser not to. Perhaps you should see what is troubling her. Oh, he'll pay. I swear by Louisoix's beard, I'll tear the skin from his... Calla, it's good to see that you are here. Listen to this. An Uldan merchant has set about blackening the guild's good name. He claims that some toad leather we sold him is, and I quote, of inferior quality. Aye, you heard me. Inferior! The gall of the man! I swear to you, I would be the very soul of contrition if his allegations were proven true, but they just seem so utterly unthinkable. Why, he claims the leather was unevenly tanned and still reeking of toad slime. It's clear that whoever made that leather didn't know the first thing about working with toad skin. Which means that there's no way in the seven hells that it came from us. Believe me when I tell you, Calla, I'll be deep in the cold hard ground before I permit such shoddy work to bear our name. The very thought of some two-gill-hide mangler claiming to represent this guild makes me want to... Ultimately, it doesn't matter that this isn't our handiwork. If our customers begin suspecting that our standards are slipping and that we are not showing our materials the proper respect, our good name will be lost, and our many years of hard work will have been for naught. We cannot let that happen. Though I am certain we have done no wrong, we need to make this right. We'll settle this with a display of authentic craftsmanship. Prepare a circle of high-quality toad leather and bring it to me for inspection. Understood? I will be back momentarily, madam. I have made the leather. Prepare. Oh, sorry. Yep. Not gonna read that. I already read that. This will do nicely, Calla. You clearly understand the unique properties of toad skin and how best to harness them. This leather is sturdy, flexible, and completely free of unpleasant odors. There is but one thing left to do. I want you to take this toad leather, march down to the Carline canopy, and shove it in this Amar's face. Show the impertinent fool what real Fen-Il quality looks like. Gladly, madam. I am on my way. Completely and utterly unacceptable. Shame on Fen-Il and their vainglorious claims. Puh! How can anyone call this rubbish toad leather? This is our toad leather. About time one of you charlatans showed up. What is this, more toad leather? I demand a full refund, not more of your... Wait, is this? By the 12! I've never seen such exquisite toad leather. This would make an excellent belt or bag. am I to understand that you are a producer of Fen-Il goods, and you bring this to me by special order of the legendary Giva herself? What in the world is the meaning of this? I am most terribly sorry, good lady. When the merchant told me it was Gridanian leather, I naturally assumed that this Angrabotha was somehow affiliated with Fen-Il. I should have known it was too good to be true. A fraction of the time, a fraction of the price, he said. Well, I certainly got what I paid for. I mean, I had never even heard of Angrabotha before. Everyone knows that Gridania is famous for... No more excuses. It is my responsibility as a merchant to evaluate the supplier, and my own damn fault that I purchased an inferior product. Reputation is everything in this world, and I fear I have unjustly besmirched your guilds. And yet, despite all that, the great Giva saw fit to gift me with this exquisite leather. Well, I too have a reputation to uphold. This gesture cannot go unanswered. Okay, what are you gonna do? Excellent work, Calla. That bastard Amar felt so appallingly guilty, he rushed over here to beg my forgiveness in person. I've witnessed some groveling in my time, but his was a truly masterful display. Bowing, stuttering, sniffling, it had it all. Oh, how I wish you had seen it, Calla. A proud old Don merchant, humbled by a circle of toad leather. You've improved more than I thought. Now, all we have to do is find out who's making this Angrabotha dross. Our contrite friend said that he had been told it was a new Gridanian brand, but no one here has heard of it. New Gridanian brand. It's obvious they mean to capitalize on our good name. I'd like to meet the man who made that toad leather. Actually, Calla, should you happen across him on your travels, I'd consider it a personal favor if you would flay the skin from his back and make me a pair of soles, so that I can grind him into the dirt every single day. Seems a little extreme, but I'll keep it in mind. There you are, Calla, just the leatherworker I was looking for. Well, one of several I would consider asking, but that's beside the point. Anyway, I have a task for you. Mere moments ago, we received an older gentleman who demanded that we give his commission priority. Needless to say, I refused him without hesitation and had him thrown out. In retrospect, however, I believe his forwardness may have owed more to desperation than mere impatience. Could you perhaps speak with this client on my behalf? I am told he was last seen heading east in the direction of the market stalls. Of course, he may have gone further than that, but being an energetic adventurer, I'm sure you'll find him eventually. Ma'am, I hate to suggest such a thing, but you might consider trying to control your temper. You are a leatherworker. Thank you for coming to see me. I know that my behavior at the guild was inexcusable. Permit me to start from the beginning. I heard tell of a new brand of leather goods that was cheaper than Fen-Il, but just as well made. Not being a wealthy man, I saw no reason to spend the extra gil and purchased some of this Angrabotha branded leather armor for my boy, only to be disappointed. To an untrained eye it may seem fit for purpose, but I served as a wood whaler for many years, and could tell at a glance it was no match for Exali weapons. Aye, they made it fast and cheap as advertised, but had I known the quality would be so bloody awful, I would have found the extra gil and gone to Fen-Il fineries in the first place. I know what I ask is unreasonable, but my boy is about to enlist in the whalers, and I wanted to give him something that would last a lifetime, something that his son could wear when the time came. I swear that Angrabotha stuff wouldn't keep him alive long enough to even have a son. Please, would you make me a toadskin jacket? I will speak with my master. as she says. I see. A gift from father to son to be passed down through the ages. Only a well-crafted item could be expected to carry generations of memories and tradition. A toadskin jacket, was it? Well, after hearing such a tale, who could possibly refuse? Why are you looking at me like that? It was a rhetorical question, Calla. I'm not a monster. You heard his words, so you know what's at stake better than anyone. I bid you make a toadskin jacket of the highest possible quality and present it to me for inspection. Oops, I need more goat skin. And diorite sinew. To the market board! Oh, okay. Much easier than expected. Now I gotta bring it back to Kiva, and then she's gonna tell me to bring it all the way over to the guy, and then I go back to her to turn in the quest. They don't really simplify stuff until Shadowbringers. Remember what's at stake, Calla. I dare say this is your best work yet. The spalders and breast are made from the finest toadskin, and the goatskin backing alone would provide a solid protection. It strikes the perfect balance between mobility and protection, and I can find no fault with it. Aye, it's a fitting gift for a young whaler to be. I expect that Cameline will agree. Take it to him, Calla. Run! Why, oh why did I have to think about the gill? Everyone knows Fin-Eel goods are the best, and the best is no less than my son deserves. To think of him clad in that Angerboth of crap when he becomes a whaler. Praise the matron! A toadskin jacket! I could not have hoped for such kindness. And this craftsmanship is beyond compare. In fact, I do not believe I have ever seen finer leather equipment in all my years. My son will be thrilled to receive it. A craftsman that had never known battle could not possibly have made a jacket like this. Tell me, miss, are you... But of course, even Giva has seen fit to welcome capable adventurers like yourself into her guild. I hope you will continue to share your gift with the people of Gridania and give others the opportunity to savor your work. Teehee, I'm blushing. I take it from your grin that Cameline was satisfied? Glad to hear it. Gods, I'm getting fed up with this Angerboth and nonsense. First that old Dawn merchant, and now this. Honestly, I don't know what that idiotic plan they have in mind, but it's only a matter of time before word spreads. Quickly, cheaply produced goods may entice customers, but quality goods keep them. I wonder if they'll even consider participating in the exhibition. On the one hand, there is no better way to publicize your brand, while on the other, they must surely know that they're in no position to compete with real leatherworkers. But I do hope they try, Calla. I would love nothing more than to see those Angerboth frauds get their comeuppance, to look on as artisans and merchants from every corner of Eorzea cast judgment on their works and proclaim them a disgrace. Sluggards and slouches, the lot of them. Calla, don't tell me you haven't noticed as well. Uneven seams, slipshod stamping, the work produced by the guild's rank and file in recent days simply isn't up to snuff. Whether it be the impending exhibition or this whole Angerboth business that is distracting our craftsmen, I do not know. What I do know is that if they don't get their act together, and soon, we're at risk of actually losing business to those charlatans. I will not stand idly by as a lack of discipline undoes the reputation that our guild has worked so long to achieve. Someone needs to remind those slouches why they became leatherworkers in the first place, and I've decided that person will be you. Yes, you, Calla. Surprised, are you? I may question your skills, but not your dedication to our craft. Bring me the finest pair of boarskin ringbands you can craft and show me that my trust hasn't been misplaced. It would only be the slightest of exaggerations to say that the future of this guild, not to mention your future, hangs in the balance. Now get to it, and show your good-for-nothing guildmates how it's done. Okay. Boarskin bands. Okay, Aaron boy has a steel ingot. That's from Desynth. Oh no. Oh, thank God. Ta-da! Well, Calla, have you crafted for me the finest boarskin ringbands this guild has ever seen? No pressure, of course. Is that a smudge? One could hardly call this perfect. Fortunately, it is not perfection I sought of you, but pure, single-minded devotion to the craft. And from the moment I took this ringband in hand, I knew you had not let me down. Clearly, you possess a keen understanding of the ideal ringband. The boarskin, light, sturdy, and resistant to friction, is reinforced by steel links to afford protection without weighing down the wearer. Clumsily crafted ringbands have been known to distract those who would wield magic. Yours, however, are so well balanced that one might forget that she is wearing anything at all. This is a true accomplishment of leatherworking, and will serve as a clarion wake-up call to any loafer content with churning out substandard work. I will be honest with you, Calla. When you first came stumbling through our doors, I reckoned I'd have an easier time making you into a saddle than a respectable leatherworker. How pleased I am to have been proven wrong. You have risen to the challenge to become a model to the entire guild. Which reminds me, I have spoken to you of the Credonian exhibition, yes? The day of opening draws near, and I must devote myself fully to producing our new line of leather fashions. As this will afford me little time to devote to everyday affairs, I require someone to handle the more demanding commissions until the exhibition has come and gone. I have decided that you are the woman for the job. That's right. Your next task will be to serve as my personal assistant. Don't even think about neglecting your training. Is that clear? That's clear, ma'am. Got a round knife. Ma'am, a recent order has Guildmaster Giva flustered. Ralgr, take me! Of all the times for this order to come in. Here, have a look, Calla. An order for a pair of boarskin smithy's gloves made by the Guildmaster herself using her famous Giva patterns, to be delivered post-haste, no less. I'd bet a month's earnings that this oaf couldn't tell my handiwork from a goboo's arse, but does that stop him from filing such a tactless order when I'm up to my very ears in work for the exhibition? Apparently not. Post-haste! I'd deliver a slap upside the head post-haste, if it wouldn't have negative repercussions for guild business. Fortunately, my new assistant has arrived. Why, you, of course, Calla. I did mention that I'd be delegating work to you while I focused on the exhibition, did I not? What about the customer's conditions, you say? Bah! He'll get a pair of gloves made by the famous Calla herself, and he'll like them just fine. Okay. I think I'm out of boar hide, yeah. To the market board! have you brought the work of the famous Calla? A smithy's gloves must be sturdy enough to protect his hands from the fires of the forge. At the same time, they must be pliant enough so as not to hinder the precise movements needed to work fine steel. Crafted from boar skin, lightweight, tough, and resistant to friction, this pair of smithy's gloves represents the best of both worlds. This simple design allows the 5 fingers to move with a full range of motion, the ideal handwear for any capable smith. Your work has admirably captured each of these essential points. I am happy to sign off on it. You may deliver it to Fenil Fineries without delay. What? The Giva patterns? Do not worry yourself about such foolishness. Have I not told you that he will know no better? At any rate, off with you. Even a fool of a client is a valued customer. My very first pair of custom-made smithy's gloves, made by the famous Guildmaster Giva to boot, are set to arrive from the Leatherworkers Guild any moment now. I can hardly wait to try them on. Here you go. Delivery from me, you say? Oh, do hand it over, and quickly if you would. Now what have we... Hoglets to Hornets and Fireguts, my uncle. If this isn't the finest, most comfortable pair of gloves I've ever laid hands on. And to think they are the... what's that you say? I am but a simple blacksmith, but I can read your face. Admit it now. You would demand a higher price for such impeccable craftsmanship. That's it, yes? What's that, you say? These gloves are not the work of Giva. Why, I could just... I couldn't give 2 shites about that. Friend, I don't know a damn thing about you leatherworkers and your patterns. A fellow smith assured me the Giva's gloves were of peerless quality, and that was enough for me. I placed my order that same day, sight unseen. And I am glad I did, for you have brought me the most comfortable pair of smithy's gloves I've ever had the pleasure to own. You and the Guildmaster have my utmost gratitude. Man, they make you tell the truth. Another satisfied customer, yes. I told you that you worried for naught, Calla. Oh, I suppose you're still curious about those Giva patterns, aren't you? Allow me to explain. Some years ago, Gridanians took quite a fancy to a toadskin bag of my design. So popular were the bags that they quickly sold out, driving prices up to a premium. What do you suppose happened next? Greedy artisans sought to cash in on my success. Toads were hunted nigh to extinction, and a host of imitation bags flooded the market. I was devastated, as a proud leatherworker and lover of nature both. But what could I do? For weeks, months, I struggled, yet felt powerless against the forces of greed. That's when it struck me. Even if I could not stop others from copying my creations, I could at least ensure that their work was not needlessly destructive. I swore a vow that the next line of Giva toadskin bags would be made with an eye towards economy, and that the patterns used to craft these wares would enable inexperienced leatherworkers to reproduce my designs with minimal waste. Do you see now, Calla? Artisans worthy of the Fenil name do not need to rely on Giva patterns. They already respect the natural world to which we owe our livelihood. This is something that cannot be taught, yet it has clearly awakened within you. Which is why I did not hesitate to entrust you with this task, and why you can expect many more to come. Giva is running about the guild like a half-crazed chobo, and it looks like she could use a helping hand. Well, if it isn't Calla, now you have the look of a leatherworker who could do the work of 3 women. And thank the 12 for that, because 3 of your good-for-nothing colleagues just walked right out the door, leaving 3 commissions of the highest priority unfulfilled. A pair of raptor skin fingerless gloves, a raptor skin targe, and a raptor skin choker. I need them, and I need them on the double. The promised dates of delivery, you ask? Yesterday, last week, and 4 fortnights ago, in that order. To make amends for the delays, I've personally assured each of our clients that their items will be of peerless quality. I trust you will not keep them waiting any longer than necessary. That's a lot of raptor skin.
Alright, I need a raptor skin choker. Fingerless gloves. Three. I don't need 99. I guess I'm buying 99. And synthesis. Gloves. And rivets. And a choker.
have all the things. Time is of the essence, Calla. If you have the raptor skin charge, choker, and gloves, show them to me. I do. Yes, I suppose these will do. The skin of the fleet-footed raptor boasts both superior flexibility and exceptional ruggedness, the rub, of course, being that this is by no means easy to work with. Fingerless gloves, the choice of many a warrior for allowing the fingers to better grip their weapon, thus do weapon and wielder become one. A well-crafted choker affords superior protection without impairing breathing or causing undue discomfort. And the targe, at a first glance a means of defense. In times of need it can be employed to intimidate or even injure one's foe. I presume you were well aware of all of this. The quality of your work speaks to a sound understanding of material and implementation alike. I see no reason that these items be kept from their purchasers any longer. Deliver them with all speed. The gloves to Pimo Nelna at Nofika's altar, the targe to Lurik at the Carline canopy, and the choker to a new client by the name of Nago Jawantal. You'll find her at the Shaded Bower. With that I can finally return to my work for the exhibition, and I swear, the next person who dares interrupt me will see their hide made into the centerpiece of my display. Hold it right there, you loafing leatherworker. You'll take not another step until you explain why your guild has yet to deliver the choker I commissioned moons ago. And it had best not be another overworn excuse lest I take my business straight to Angerbotha and tell all my friends to do the same. No, here it is. Why, this choker, I've never seen such... bah! A choker is a choker. My battle-scarred papa could fashion the likes of this with his one remaining arm tied firmly behind his back. You brazenly neglect your clients in favor of designing frivolous fashions for some ridiculous exhibition, then expect pay for shoddy work delivered behind the schedule? The arrogance of you self-styled artisans knows no bounds. I hear that even your guild's own have had enough of Guildmaster Giva and hear her nonsense. Mark my words, the Leatherworkers Guild is finished. Customers these days want speed and value for their guild, and your lot offers neither. Well, I don't think I want you as a customer, then. You didn't even say thank you. Wait, I recognize you. You're one of Giva's subordinates, yes? Have you perchance come to deliver my gloves? What craftsmanship! Why, it's as if these gloves were tailored to fit each of my fingers. This is precisely why I would never think to obtain my protectives from anywhere other than the Leatherworkers Guild. For Giva to maintain this level of quality with the exhibition at hand is no small feat. You have the look of a leatherworker. Might you know why my commission has been delayed? I've been waiting for my targe for a week now. This is exceptional. No apologies needed, my friend. For a targe of this quality, I'd have gladly waited twice as long. Which is why these rumors of mass resignations are so distressing. What could have possessed good, honest leatherworkers to abandon their craft? It is but a momentary tempest, my good sir. Iago said what? Speed and value? That mutton-headed Mikote wouldn't know a well-crafted choker if I used one to wring her scrawny neck. That said, even I must admit there is some truth to her words. No self-respecting guild would seek fame and fortune at the exhibition, while valued customers suffer undue delays for goods purchased with honest coin. I wish it had not come to this, Calla, but my decision is made. The Leatherworkers Guild shall withdraw from this year's exhibition. There are customers out there who appreciate the quality of our guild offers, and we must see them well served. There will be other exhibitions, but trust, once lost, is not so easily regained. In any event, you have proven yourself a loyal leatherworker today, Calla. I thank you. Oh, for the love of... Calla, you picked a fine time to show up, and for once I'm not being sarcastic. I am in quite the predicament here, and you just might be able to help. What sort of predicament, you ask? Only the sort in which I have several hundred deliveries to make before the next bell, despite having just the 2 legs you see. Withdrawing from the exhibition has freed me to devote my efforts to filling guild commissions. That is all well and good. The problem is that I now have more clients than ever, none of whom take kindly to being kept waiting. Bah, for every moment we waste chatting, we risk losing a valued customer. Make yourself useful and take this choker to a client waiting at the Whistling Miller. On the double. I have some bad news. He's maneuvered you exactly where he wants you. From the guild, yes. Have you come to deliver my choker? Ah, true guild quality as ever. Yes, all the time and effort put into this piece is painfully evident in the overwrought nature of its design. We have only just met, but you strike me as a smart young woman. Hence my offer. What say you bid farewell to your fruitless life as Giva's lapdog and come work for me? Who am I, you ask? Why, none other than the founder and proprietor of Angerbotha Apparel and Accoutrements, Gridania's premier producer of leather goods. As a clever woman like you has doubtless surmised, many of your more ambitious colleagues have already abandoned the Leatherworkers Guild to bring their prodigious talents to Angerbotha. And why wouldn't they? Who wants to waste precious hours learning to stitch the perfect seam when a serviceable one will suffice? Not I, that's for certain. Angerbotha products are just as durable as Giva's overrated rubbish, crafted in half the time, for a fraction of the cost. Should you have any doubts, I invite you to come by the exhibition and judge for yourself. Such a shame that the Leatherworkers Guild will be absent from the competition. I was so looking forward to defeating dear Giva this year. Ah, well, for all her faults, clearly the woman had enough sense to see that she was fighting a lost cause. Ta-ta, friend, and remember my offer. You're back, Calla, and not a moment too soon. I've just heard a most distressing rumor. Word about town is that renowned leatherworkers from across the realm are withdrawing from the exhibition at an alarming rate. Should this continue, Angerbotha will have a clear course to win top honors. Curses! It pains me enough that I cannot represent our guild in the contest, but the thought that that talentless hack could claim the prize is rightfully ours. What's that? Dowd of Angerbotha was the client who commissioned that choker? If I had known, I'd have delivered it in person and taken the payment out of his lousy hide. Oh yes, the two of us go back quite a ways. He was an adventurer and an aspiring leatherworker. Not unlike yourself, Calla. We had a bit of a falling out, though. I remember it like it was yesterday. He strolled through that door wearing a shite-eating grin and holding a jerkin that looked like it had come out of the wrong end of an owl goat. I told him as much, and the next moment he ran back out the door, bawling like a child. That was the last I saw of him. His sorry efforts weren't worth the hide they were made from, and now he fancies himself a fashion magnate.
Small wonder the Angerbotha attire looks like something even a goblin would be ashamed to wear. The sad state of affairs is that not all customers are so discerning. What's worse, if Angerbotha takes top honors at the exhibition, then their wasteful practices will be vindicated. Slipshod craftsmanship and butchery will become the norm. I will not allow this to happen. Calla, listen carefully, for I mean to give you your most challenging task yet, if not ever. You are to represent the Leatherworkers Guild at the exhibition and put that charlatan in his place. A raptor-skin jerkin of peerless quality, melded with a gatherer's grasp materia of the 3rd grade. This will be your submission. No simple task, but as one who's taken her lumps and paid her dues, I believe that you have it in you. The exhibition is to be held at Mikito's amphitheater. Estain has been charged with accepting submissions. Once your work is complete, deliver it to her with all speed. Heard. Okay, well, I'll be back. This little Lalafell alt is too broke. Too broke to deal with that. I have to buy it, but you can get them with script. Nope, I was wrong. It only goes down to grade 4. Okay. taking advantage of the greater resources of a different character. You got this, Calla. We're gonna make it happen. Oops. Oh no. No, it's not that bad. We're after leather. Let's just buy the leather. Let's just buy the leather. This is the part of the stream where I start to get impatient. Oh god, that's so much money. Wait, that's not much money. That's cheap. Looking at the wrong thing. I don't need 91 boar leathers. I just don't. Nobody needs 91 boar leathers. Oy. Ta-da! What's that, you say?
You wish to submit one of your works for the exhibition? Then pray hand it over without delay. The judging is about to commence. Consider yourself fortunate. Had you come a bell later, the contest would have already been over. I must say I am relieved. There are far fewer entrants in this year's exhibition compared to past ones, and when I heard that the Leatherworkers Guild would not be participating... Then you'll be happy to hear that our plans have changed. Guildmaster Kiva, do tell me that you decided to compete after all. Our guild will be represented, yes, by Calla here. What an unexpected turn of events, but I must hurry. The exhibition is about to begin. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've all been waiting for. The judging for best leather apparel will now commence. It would seem that an unprecedented number of last-minute withdrawals have left us with precious few candidates worthy of top honours. Nevertheless, we will proceed as planned. Our next finalist is this lovely raptor skin jerkin, painstakingly crafted by an artisan of Angarbotha apparel and accoutrements. Judges, if you would. The cut is rugged yet serviceable. It would seem that numerous skins were layered to afford maximum protection. Function over form. A lancer cannot help but applaud such craftsmanship. The tanning work is clumsy, but the sturdiness of the piece cannot be denied. In times of war, speed and practicality are virtues. I would say that it is worthy of consideration. As wasteful as ever, I see. How many raptors did you butcher to create that misshapen mess? Ah, Giva. Fancy meeting you here. Stand back and watch as that misshapen mess is named best in show. Our next and final piece is this final, last-minute entry from the Leatherworkers Guild. You look pale, Dowd. What's the matter? I take it you weren't expecting actual competition. Why, this is positively stunning. One can almost feel the raptor's very life force exuding from this jerkin. Not a single seam out of place, and not a single cut of the hide wasted. This piece was clearly crafted with a profound respect for the beast whose life was taken to create it. It offers superior protection to the Angarbotha piece, while at the same time allowing for greater freedom of movement. This jerkin would be a proud addition to any archer's armory chest. In my line of work, I have seen many an adventurer come and go. Rare is the one who possesses the aptitude and diligence demonstrated by the creator of this piece. Ladies and gentlemen, it would appear that we have a consensus. By unanimous vote, the award for Best Leather Apparel goes to Calla of the Leatherworkers Guild for her exquisite raptor skin jerkin. Dowd of Angarbotha Apparel, I presume? We are investigating numerous accusations of harassment, extortion, counterfeiting, and poaching. If you would be so kind as to come with us so that we might discuss these allegations in private. Well, Calla, it seems our work here is done. Let us return to the guild. And how? I must confess, Calla, until I saw your jerkin with my own eyes, I was not entirely convinced you had it in you. But you did. From this day forth, I am proud to call you not apprentice, but peer. As for me, I can finally return to my own work, free of headaches and distractions. Though, as luck would have it, we have a veritable legion of erstwhile Angarbotha defectors knocking at our door, looking to rejoin our ranks. They think their false tears and trite words of remorse will earn them my pity? Ha! I'll send them straight on their way and lop a square off their hindquarters for good measure. Or so I once might have done. But who among us has not erred? Even I have been known to make mistakes, albeit rarely. And so I will give these turncloaks a second chance. But mark my words, any who so much as thinks of crossing me again can look forward to a new life as a sublegar. The life of a guildmaster is fraught with frustration, yet I would gladly deal with 1,000 tapless apprentices for even the slimmest hope of seeing one flourish as you have. With your triumph at the exhibition, your goods are sure to be in demand across Eorzea, but you must never forget how you achieved your success. Unflagging dedication to your craft and a deep respect for the lives you must take to perform it. Remember, always the values of Fen Il, and I have no doubt that you will do us proud wherever you go. I've made her proud. And now I have Pinga. All right. Uh-oh. It's happening. Connection with the server lost. tunnel's been torpedoed again. Looks like it. Alright, we made it back in. I just wanted to do one more quest line before calling it a day. Lingseth wants you to cook for a fellow culinarian. You've come at a good time, Calla. Just so happens I need your help with something. One of our chefs buggered up an order a bit ago, and he's been down in the dumps ever since. Ingham, his name is. Joined the guild a few moons before you did. Determined lad, but don't take failure too well. Any road, we can't have him crying into his soup. Plays havoc with the seasoning, you see, so I want you to try and cheer him up. And there's not like a good meal to take a man's mind off his many failings. A nice bit of grilled trout should do the trick. 'Tis one of his favourites. Aye, if he was to cook him up a plate of that, I reckon he'd find the experience highly motivating. The main ingredient, princess trout, can be added to Eileen. As for Ingham, you'll find him working in the kitchens. Prepare the dish and take it to him. Happy grilling. Auto run. I would like a princess trout, please. Thank you. Salt, please. Oh, my food fell off at some point. Would you like some trout, Ingham? What is it? A grilled trout? For me? Well, yes, I am quite fond of the dish, but what have I done to deserve it? Don't worry about it. Just take the trout. The guildmaster thought it would cheer me up, you say? Well-meaning though he may be, food is not the solution to every woe, but come, let us see your handiwork. It is my duty as your senior to give you counsel, after all. Surely not. You made this? Truly, the aroma. It's delightful. And the skin, ever so slightly charred, just as it should be. 12 save me, the thought of sinking my teeth into that crispy layer and tasting the tender flesh beneath. Oh, Beg pardons. As I was saying, this is quite impressive. In fact, I doubt even the guildmaster would be able to fault it. Trust me, I know. But I don't understand it. You've been here scarcely long enough to learn syrup making, yet you're already capable of this? Do you know how long it took me to achieve the same? 6 bleeding moons! Gods, am I so utterly devoid of talent? No, I will not be outdone by a mere novice. I refuse to be outdone. My apologies. I thank you for the trout, and would have you accept this knife from me. Use it in conjunction with your skillet, and your cooking experience will be much enhanced. Do not mistake it for a gift. It is payment for the trout, nothing more. Besides, it would give me no pleasure to get the better of a woman who wasn't properly equipped. Now leave me be. I have stock to take. Chill, my man. Ah, Calla, fine timing. I need your help. Remembering him, well, your grilled trout did wonders for his motivation. Lad's been working his arse off ever since. Any road, I thought I'd give him a chance to prove himself with a big order for delivery, but it looks like he might have bit off more than he can chew. Now, everything's been made. He's been made to me satisfaction. The problem being what he's not made. And I ain't talking about a missing tool or a stray crouton neither. I'm talking about the bleeding main course of grilled dodo. So I'd be much obliged if you could whip up 2 servants in his stead and get him over to him quick. In case you're not familiar with the dish, 'tis one of the Bismarck's old favorites. You rub garlic and salt into a piece of dodo tenderloin, then grill it. Shouldn't pose a rising star, you'll like yourself no trouble. Indeed, it's no trouble at all. What is it now? The guildmaster has entrusted me with the preparation of a sizable order, so if you don't mind, I shall get back to work. You've brought me 2 servings of grilled dodo, and what precisely do you propose I do with... the main course! How could I have forgotten the bloody main course? And it's far too late to start preparing now. Damn it, your grilled dodo will have to do. I only hope the quality of the other courses and accompaniments compensates for... By the 12, you cooked these? A golden brown hue, tantalizing the eyes from betwixt a perfect diamond pattern of griddle lines. The surface is seared to perfection. Aye, over a hot fire to seal in the juices, just as the guildmaster teaches. and this irresistible aroma. Just enough garlic to balance the dodo's gamey richness, but not so much as to overwhelm the palate. Mmm. Beg pardons. As I was saying, this is impressive. Grilled dodo may seem a simple dish, but therein lies the rub. If one thing goes wrong, everything goes wrong. I could not have produced anything near this standard. God damn it! I practiced day and night in order to improve my skills, only to botch my largest ever order, and then you come along and save the day. You of all bloody people. Gah! What have I done to deserve this? Suffice to say, I am not pleased with how things have turned out, but you've done me a kindness, and I always repay my debts. Listen well, for I will share with you information that should prove to your profit. You know what guild leaves are, I trust. Well, there's a variety that calls for culinary expertise. They're known as tradecraft leaves, and they provide an excellent opportunity to hone your skills while earning coin. If such work interests you, I recommend you speak with Tomokuri of the Adventurers Guild, and on that note, away with you. That's gratitude. Gives me a pan. I descent it. Well, if it ain't young Calla. And judging by the burns on your hands, you've been working hard at your cooking. Good on ye. You're an inspiration to your peers, lass. Especially Angam. Aye, he's been working like a man possessed since that business with the grilled dodo. Not that it's made much difference. Truth be told, I'm convinced he's made a pig's ear of things again. He hasn't told me as much, mind, but it's writ plain on his face. I've tried to prise the story out of him, see if there's aught I can do, but he bites his tongue when I'm around, stubborn sod. Any road I was thinking might be as he'd open up to one of his peers, and seeing as how you've had such an effect on him, I reckon you might be just the last for the job. So do us a favor and coax the story out of him, would ye? Oh, and lend him a hand if he needs one. You again! What have you come for this time? Oh, I see. The guildmaster has you spying on me now. He thinks that I'm incompetent and can't be trusted to do my own work. Who am I fooling? Master Lingseth thinks I'm incompetent. It's because I am. Well, with me, it's one bungled order after another. It shames me to reveal this to you of all people, but I've offended one of Bismarck's regulars. The man, Maidamaga is his name, has a soft spot for meat mikebabs, and so I thought it'd impress him with a complimentary skewer. Only to have his expression turn sour the instant he took a bite. I'll never forget the steel in his voice when he said that he would have words with the management. I meant to add luster to the Bismarck's proud reputation. Instead, I tarnished it. I want to set things right, but I don't know how. Maidamaga's still out on the terrace, but I just can't bear facing him again. Not this soon. Gods, what am I to do? I'll handle this. No, I shan't be ordering anything else. I see you're still here. Ah, let me guess. You've come to apologize on behalf of the sorry excuse for a chef who made that god's awful meat mikebab. Well, I am afraid the damage has been done. I have been served second-rate food at the Bismarck. It is only right that the man responsible should be dismissed, and I mean to see to it that he is. Do not mistake my intention. I do this solely to preserve the Bismarck's good name. Were it to become known that Lingseth was employing the services of inferior chefs, this once fine establishment would soon fall into disrepute. You have yet to speak a word, but I take it you are not pleased with my evaluation. Very well, if you would have me believe that this incident was an aberration and not, in fact, indicative of a general decline in standards, I suggest you convince me with your cooking. I will not have it said that I am an unreasonable man. Make me another meat mikebab, one fit for consumption this time, and I shall reconsider my stance.
What? Like it's hard?
Where is my meat, Mika Bob? The other fellow's attempt may have been unpalatable, but at least I did not have to wait for it. Ah, here it is. Finally. Unless you have any objections, I shall sample it in your kitchen. That way I can treat Lingseth to my opinion with the flavor still fresh upon my palate. Well, well, it would seem you have made amends for your fellow chef's failure. This is as moist and flavorsome a meat Mika Bob as I have ever tasted, and I have tasted more than I can count. As a matter of fact, I consider myself something of a connoisseur of the dish, and know more than a little about its preparation. Would you like me to tell you what I think your colleague did wrong? First of all, in his eagerness to seal in the meat's moisture, he left it searing for far too long, producing something akin to charcoal. Not so with your dodo. Its surface is charred just enough to be aromatic, while the meat middle is still moist. Second, your friend grilled all the ingredients together, even though tomato and paprika require far less time over the fire than meat. To your credit, you did not fall into this trap. Last but not least, your friend was too heavy on the salt. Those with underdeveloped palates may beg to differ, but that is the harmony of sweet, sour, and salty that makes a meat Mika Bob. And yours, my friend, struck the perfect balance. Which brings me to my conclusion. I was wrong to assume that the quality of your colleague's dish was indicative of a general decline in standards. It would seem that Bismarck's reputation is in no immediate danger. Thus reassured, I shall forget about the incident. Master Lingseth has done well to train such a capable culinarian. I pray you continue honing your skills under his tutelage.
I did good.
Ah, Calla, just the woman I was looking for. Words already reached my ears about what you got up to while I was away. To hear him tell it, you single-handedly restored old Maidamaga's faith in the Bismarck. For that, you have me gratitude, lass, and Ingham's too. I told him to thank you in person, but he is too bloody proud. Don't hold it against him, though. I've already forgiven the daft sod. I don't know what you've heard about me, but I ain't never been one to give none of mine the axe for buggering up a dish or three. There's no denying our patrons are important, but they ain't me mean reason for being here. Nay, your first duty is the training of culinarians, and even if the good name of this restaurant suffers for it, you won't see me shedding no tears. You know why, lass? 'Cause it's the people what ultimately make this place, and more than anything else, it's their passion for cooking that I wants to bring out. Truth be told, there's only one reason I'd send a man away, if he stopped wanting to be a culinarian. Of course, I doubt that's something that'll ever apply to you. In the short time you've been here, you've already proven yourself more than capable, and so long as you keep your nose to the stove, you're only going to get better. I look forward to seeing what you're capable of and tasting it for good measure.
Thank you. I don't need that. Appreciate it.
How do you, Calla? Been taking care of yourself, lass. Remember, if you ain't got your elf, you ain't got nothing. Speaking of elf, one of our lot ain't been her normal self of late. Divin' Dove's her name, and she's having a bit of trouble letting go, judging by the grimace she's been wearing. I told the poor woman she should take better care of herself, but she'll barely leave the kitchen for anything, which is probably how the problem came about, now that it comes to think of it. At any rate, if you ain't sorted out soon, I'm worried she'll burst. You know what a pixie plum is, lass. 'Tis a fruit what's native to Curthus, and just the thing that helps solve Divin' Dove's problem. Trouble is, they're bitter as sin when fresh. Which is why plenty of chefs don't cook with the things. Of course, what they don't know is, you can get rid of the bitterness by drying them. Better still, doing so brings out their natural sweetness without affecting their other properties, giving rise to the noble treat that is the dried plum. Now, I would have made these myself, but we ain't got no plums at the moment, and I can't very well leave me post to go and get 'em, so I needs you to do the procuring and the making in me stead. You can pluck the plums in the wild if you're fond of foraging. Failing that, take a gander at the market board in West Auchurst Alley. Oh, and once the dried plums are ready, see that Divin' Dove eats them, would you? You might want to avoid letting on about the whys and wherefores. Touchy subject and all that. You want me to give you my opinion on your handiwork? Yes, please taste these. Well, my dodo won't need turning for a little while, so I suppose I can spare a moment. Let's go to the upper floor. Oh, these are lovely! What kind of fruit did you say they were? Pixie plums! Well, I never. There isn't a hint of bitterness about them. The drying process rids them of that, you say? I had no idea. In truth, the only thing I did know about pixie plums is that they're a traditional remedy for... Now look here! We've barely exchanged 2 words since you joined this guild, and yet here you are being presumptuous. What? It was all the guildmaster's idea. Oh, gods! Has the man no decency? This is an outrageous invasion of my privacy. Unforgivable and strangely moving. As busy as I am, I'm not so busy as Master Lingseth, yet somehow he finds the time to look after his many charges, while I can scarcely spare a moment to look after myself. I've been working so hard, but maybe effort is not the answer. Perhaps I just need to relax a little. Thank you for the gift. I promise to take better care of myself in the future. You're welcome, and let us never speak of it again. I mean it. Never again. Great, Dive and Calla. So it just so happens I've got a task for you. One will test your ingenuity in the kitchen. Dive and Dove's looking a lot less tense thanks to your dried prunes, but she's still a bit on the pale side for my liking. Woman needs some red meat in her, if you ask me, and I want you to cook it. A nice big goat steak should put some color back in her cheeks. Thing is, Dive and Dove don't much care for the meat. Goat's as tough as leather, you see, and it's got a pretty pungent flavor to boot. Islanders are just about the only folk as enjoy it. Safe to say you'll need to do something about the texture and taste if you want Dive and Dove to eat your goat steak. Got all that? Good. Now run along, eh? Goat steak. Garlic. Heading over to Hawker's Alley. Pour some chuck. And we still don't need to make HQ, so it is just a matter of 1 button. 2 buttons. Just kidding. You'd like my opinion on a dish? Very well. What do you have for me? Oh! Is this what I think it is? If so, I must warn you that I'm not particularly fond of algoat. My evaluation may not be the most objective, but if you insist... My word! Are you certain this is algoat? It's not chewy in the slightest. You've done a fine job of tenderizing the meat, I must say. What's more, I can scarce make out the pungent flavor. It remains to be sure, but it's somehow pleasant, almost delicious when complemented by garlic. Being rich in iron, algoat is supposedly good for you, but its texture and taste leave a lot to be desired. Which is why I've always loathed the stuff. How ironic that you should choose me, of all people, to sample yet... Wait a minute. This is another one of the Guildmaster's schemes to nurse me back to health, isn't it? Why that interfering? I said I would take better care of myself, didn't I? Apparently he thinks he knows better. At any rate, it does nothing to detract from your achievement. You've made me change my mind about algoat, and that's no small coup. No chef in my native Ul'dah would have gone to such lengths to make the meat appealing. They would have dismissed it as lowly fare unworthy of their time. Ul'dan cuisine is a true product of life in the Sultanate, you see, rife with pomp and pretense. I began my career there, but soon grew weary of all the charlatans masquerading as gourmands. To hear them speak, one would assume that gold leaf was an essential part of every meal. That is why I came to Limsa. And thank the gods that I did. Here the people's love of cuisine is simple and pure, and it shows in the dedication of our guild members. Not a day goes by that I do not count myself fortunate to have been given the opportunity to work alongside fine culinarians like you. Ooh, 52. Don't need that. Bollocks! Me and Al in the 7 hells am I meant to cook with one bloody and. God, of all the goddamn times I could have earned it, why did it have to be now? Forgive me, language lass. Don't worry, it ain't serious. Well, it is a bit serious, to tell the truth. I've gone and knackered me Ann trying to catch a fallen crate, see? It'll eel and all, but it hurts like a bastard. Can't so much as scratch me arse with it, never mind an old skillet. Wouldn't be so bad, but we got ourselves a bigwig coming to dine tonight. One of the most powerful men in Ul'dah. Now, I've been in the business for decades, and I ain't no stranger to coddled dignitaries what whine about the color of the bloody crockery, and how there's too much parsley garnish on top of their soup. But this ain't no ordinary coddled dignitary we're dealing with. This one fancies himself a food critic, and he's always out to find fault, real or not. And that ain't the worst of it. Owing to his influence, he's driven more than a few respectable establishments into the ground. For this, he's earned himself the nickname Chef's Bane in culinary circles. Each time the man's dined at the Bismarck, I've personally done the cooking so as to avert disaster. Don't get me wrong, I've got complete trust in me chefs, but if the Bismarck goes under, the guild goes with it, and that ain't a burden I can put on just anyone's shoulders. But this time, someone else is going to have to fill in for me, and I want that someone to be you, Calla. You've proven yourself to be more than capable, and eye-presser situations besides. I'm confident you won't let us down. You'd do well to begin by talking with Dive and Dove. Being a native of Ul'dah might be as she knows something of the chef's bit. I mean, Lord Lolorito. I'm aware of the situation, but don't panic, though the guildmaster is indisposed. All is not yet lost. In case you're unfamiliar with our distinguished guest, he is the head of the East Aldenard Trading Company. Though you may not have heard that name before, you will almost certainly have heard of the many famous brands it owns, such as Estame's lapidaries and Sunsilk tapestries. Lord Lolorito's countless successes have made him the wealthiest man in Ul'dah, a place where wealth and influence are synonymous. It goes without saying that he has a seat on the Syndicate, the cabal that rules the Sultanate. Ah, lest you wonder, Ul'dah is only notionally a sultanate these days. Anyway, as is often the way with men of means, Lord Lolorito is a lover of fine cuisine, and as the guildmaster doubtless mentioned, he's made a name for himself as a ruthless food critic. The man has a penchant for making life miserable for us chefs. Indeed, he never places an order, but demands instead that you impress him. And therein lies our first dilemma, what to serve. Lest you think the fates unduly mischievous, I'm happy to report that the odds are not wholly stacked against us. It just so happens that Lolorito's butler, a fellow by the name of Nonopesa, is dining at the Bismarck at this very moment. This is a golden chance to learn what manner of dish Lolorito craves. Go to Nonopesa on the terrace and try to coax the information out of him. Good luck. I'm sorry? I think I may have misheard. Did you say that you would be preparing Lord Lolorito's meal? Well, this is rather unexpected, but if Master Ling saw fit to entrust the task to you, then you must not be without skill. You wish to know what my master desires to eat? Finally, it occurs to someone to ask me that question. It is my duty to see that my lord never wants for comfort, and naught pleases me more than to see Lord Lolorito in high spirits. As such, I should be glad to share with you what I know. Shortly prior to arriving in Limsa, my master spoke of being seized by a craving for a hearty meal of meat. Though he did not mention a specific dish, I happen to know that smoked raptor is a particular favorite of his. Needless to say, a man of such refined tastes as he would expect no less than the finest sample of the dish. I hope this information serves you well. Lord Lolorito is due to conclude his business negotiations presently, and will desire to take his meal thereafter. Once the smoked raptor is ready, pray bring it to me. I shall see it delivered to my master. Let's see. Black pepper. And now, one sun lemon. If the market board doesn't have it, I gotta go out and get it. The market board does not have it. I knew this would happen. Fortunately, everything is relatively close to hand. Found Barbastel. Just fly towards Summerford Farms. Cat will not let you. It's like 4 hunts I've seen today. I'm just out here minding my business. I don't need 67 raptor shanks. I got this. I'm just gonna go kill some raptors. I'm just gonna go kill some raptors.
him! Oh, there we go. I got a shank. Received shank. Here's your high-quality smoked raptor. Ah, the smoked raptor is ready. Good. Now, I trust you won't object to an inspection. Lest you worry about your handiwork being defaced, my years of serving Lord Lolorito have taught me how to taste with sight and smell alone. By the gods, this raptor is sublime! The marriage of cracked pepper and sun lemon begets an irresistible fragrance that perfectly complements the aroma of the meat. The flavor is rounded out with the mellow fruitiness of olive oil, which also lends the shank a lustrous sheen that tantalizes the eye. I have presided over Lord Lolorito's dining table for many years, and I can say without reservation that this is the most delectable smoked raptor I have ever had the pleasure of not eating. It is a little wonder that Master Lingseth deemed you fit to cook in his stead. I doubt that even he could have delivered a better rendition of my master's favourite dish. You, madam, are quite the culinarian. Ah, but I sense you are more relieved than flattered. Hardly surprising, I suppose. Much and more is said of my lord's uncompromising approach to cuisine. While I will not refute the rumours, you may rest assured that the Bismarck has no cause to worry. Now then, if you will excuse me, I must see my lord's meal delivered to him. You may look forward to hearing his judgment anon, and entirely without trepidation, if my senses do not fail me. Pray send Master Lingseth my compliments. You did it, Calla. You impressed the pants off Lolorito's butler. Lono Peso knows his master's taste better than his own, and his approval is all the assurance I need. The guild's safe, and it's all thanks to you. You never cease to amaze me, Calla. You came to us with nary any knowledge of cooking, and now you're like a second left hand. Well, that didn't come out right. What I meant to say was, you're as useful to me as the old hand I old me skillet with. Somewhat no culinarian can do without. You've got it in you to be one of the finest chefs in the realm, and I would see full your potential. Promise me you'll keep at your cooking. Oh, I promise. Right, good of you to drop in again, Calla. You'd be surprised with how many of your guildmates stop coming altogether, thinking they know all what needs knowing. But as any scholarly would tell ye, the learning never stops, and I speak from experience. There's some that say I'm the best in the realm, but there ain't a day what passes that I don't discover something new. Now, you and me, we're chefs first and foremost, but there's more to the restaurant business than just cooking. That's why I want you to speak with Letitia, our bookkeeper. Before coming to us, she herself was a scholarly doing customs work at Malvin's Gate. You stand to learn much and more by seeing things from her perspective. Ah, Calla, the chef who prepared Lord Lolorito's meal in the guildmaster's stead. Thanks to your heroics, the Bismarck's reputation came through unscathed. We all owe you for that, so what brings you to my counter? Master Lingseth would have you learn about the restaurant business at large, you say? Why, of course, it would be my pleasure to share with you such knowledge as I possess, but before we begin, I could do with a bite to eat. It has been a long and busy shift, and I haven't had the chance to sit down to a proper meal. By way of board, might I trouble you to prepare some ratatouille for me? And call me spoiled, but please make it the most exquisite serving you can manage. My thanks in advance. Cries. Ruby, tomato, and garlic. Let's see. No extra laurel, huh? That was a strategic error on my part, and I don't need that many. Alright then. Off we go. Collecting the things. It says they're all new, but I've definitely been in that before. Oh well. It's okay. Here we are. Once again, presenting Chocobo Butt to the camera. Short.
I don't mean to rush you, but if the ratatouille takes much longer, I fear I'm like to pass out from exhaustion.
Ma'am, I could not have made it any faster or fresher.
Ah, such an enticing aroma. I will enjoy this right away. I can't remember the last time I had such tasty ratatouille. That was truly wonderful. And with my hunger sated, we can now delve into the kind of work I do here. In fact, you've just witnessed one of my more important duties, keeping track of our members' progress. I've found that sampling each person's rendition of ratatouille gives a marvelous insight into their growth. Owing to its simplicity, the vegetable sauté lends itself well to variation, allowing the chef to pour himself into his creation. Indeed, your own bespeaks your ability to create a quality dish under strict time constraints. Do not underestimate that skill. You'll find a great deal of a restaurant's success lies in performing tasks expeditiously. As an example, some other services I provide are procuring ingredients, ensuring our equipment functions, and perhaps most importantly, listening to our customers. If any of these tasks were ignored for an extended period, it is fair to say that Bismarck would fall into chaos, and our name would lose its considerable luster. Well, I trust you now have something of an insight into my responsibilities. I only wish that all our members shared your curiosity about what goes into running this place.
I assure you I have no intention of becoming a restaurateur, but I appreciate your guiding me by the hand through that quest. Oh, hey, Calla, you're just the lass I was looking for. Which is to say, you'd be the lass what Letitia was looking for. She's in need of some practice dance, and you've got the only ones she'll trust. Well, besides mine, of course, but I've got me own matters to attend to. Take fair warning, though, Calla. The better you get, the more others will turn to ye. 'Tis a fine feeling, being relied upon, but it can be a right pain in the arse, too. Any road. Enough of me prattle. Run along and find out what Letitia wants.
My thanks for agreeing to help, Calla. Now, I will tell you the details of your task, but I must ask that you keep it in the utmost confidence. The Admiral is scheduled to host an afternoon tea for visiting dignitaries, and the Bismarck has been called upon to provide the repast and refreshments. I have been charged with conceiving a menu and require help making a few sample dishes. I would be grateful if you could prepare a blood currant tart, a serving of pastry fish, and a cup of chamomile tea, all of the finest quality. As a woman of the sea, the Admiral drinks liquor like most folk drink water, but the same cannot be said of her guests. Hence the afternoon tea as opposed to, say, a dinner banquet. Alas, we know little and less of their tastes beside that, so I am forced to consider a wide variety of options. It has proven to be quite a task, but with your help I am confident that we can serve up a menu to please.
Okay, I have pastry fish. I just have them. And I'm going to not make more. Where is the rest of what she wants? There's the blood currant tart. And where is the... There's the tea. Did I not get extra chamomile? Yeah, I did. Honey and mineral water. Gelatin. Need that. And natron. And maple sugar. Smooth butter. Another mineral water. Force on that wheat. Six pieces of pie dough. Okay, I need the gelatin, the natron, and the... Oops. It's just... I think I've got what I need to make the natron ready. Let's see. Gosh. Okay. Blood currants and gelatin. Got my gelatin. Might have to go harvest the blood currants myself. We will find out shortly. To the market board. I'll take it. Because if I make more natron, I can make more blood currant tarts for me. It was Golden Heart that had my food items. Alright, and the chamomile. Very good. We have all the things. There you are, ma'am. Ah, such a tantalizing medley of aromas. I cannot wait to sample each one. You have outdone yourself yet again, Calla. As soon as our guests seat themselves at the table, their noses will be enticed by the rich, relaxing fragrance of chamomile.
Having taken a warming sip of the tea, their attention will turn next to tart and pastry. For an instant they are at a loss, as both dishes are prepared with such loving detail. Is this mere food to consume, or art to admire? They feel a twinge of sadness as that they must efface such beauty, but that sensation is short-lived, for no sooner do their teeth break the flaky crust than they experience a veritable symphony of tastes and textures. The making of pastries and sweets demands not only a delicate hand, but artistic sense besides, and you, Calla, are possessed of both. I can recommend you to the Admiral without reserve. I owe you an apology and an explanation. I wasn't being wholly forthright with you. While I am indeed tasked with conceiving the menu for the Admiral's functions, it was also my job to select the guild member who will serve as her chef. And I'm thrilled to inform you that the honor shall fall to you, the woman who passed my test with flying colors. There is no doubt in my mind that you will represent the Bismarck admirably. Keep up the fine work and be close at hand for when the Admiral has need of you. But I'm a busy adventurer. I don't have time to be her personal chef. I'm told you passed Letitia's test with flying colors, and now you're to cook for the Admiral's official functions. Well, the time's come for you to begin flexing them culinary muscles for the good of Laminsan diplomacy. Aye, word arrived from the bridge just now. A foreign dignitary's come to Laminsa, and the Admiral wants us, by which I mean you, to fashion the meal together. Letitia's got all the details, so you'll want to speak with her. Go into us proud, Calla. I've been waiting for you, Calla. As I'm sure Lynx hath informed you, we are playing host to a man of some importance, an emissary from the holy see of Ishgard. Your task is to prepare a dish that will satisfy him. When the Admiral receives foreign visitors, she ordinarily requests that we serve them the best of Laminsan cuisine. This time, however, she wishes to treat her guests to a taste of home away from home, a gesture of goodwill. To this end, you are to prepare a serving of zemail gratin. 'Tis a baked dish of eft tail and popotos, creamy and warming, that is a mainstay in the cold climes of Ishgard. Suffice it to say that only the finest sample of the dish, made with only the finest ingredients, will do on this occasion. Well, thank goodness you only want one thing this time. But it's got so many ingredients. One buffalo milk. To the market board! Popoto. I don't need that many. Again, I don't need that many. I'll take it. Ah, it's so big. I wasn't expecting that. Fine.
Popoto. That's where I thought it was, but I had to check. Oh, there's a little guy named White Onion. Is that semi-au gratin ready yet? Remember, only the finest sample of the dish will do for this occasion. Ah, yes, it certainly looks and smells the part. Let us see if the same can be said of the taste. Oh my! Simply exquisite! The crust is baked to golden perfection, and breaking it yields the creamy goodness beneath. F-tail tends to be lean and sinewy, but grinding it solves the problem. The Ishgardians have prepared the meat in this fashion since eras past, and I am pleased to see that you have done likewise. As for the popoto slices, they are boiled enough to be cooked through, yet not so much as to render them bereft of texture. In summary, your semi-au gratin leaves naught to be desired. Lest you wonder, the dish takes its name from one of Ishgard's oldest and proudest families. House Semail has long stood at the forefront of castle building. Legend has it, the family created this dish in order to fill the bellies and warm the hearts of their workers, and I am confident that your rendition will do the same for our esteemed guest. Today your culinary creation shall serve not only to sate hunger, but also to close the distance between nations. You can hold your head up high, Calla. Keep up your efforts, and soon you will become the equal of Master Lingseth himself. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yay! Lingseth needs you to prepare a banquet fit for a sultana. Thank the gods, your ear, Calla. The admiral's due to receive the Sultana of Ul'dah, and the Bismarck's been called on to handle the welcoming feast, but that ain't the half of it. The Sultana specifically requested that your cooking be served. It seems word of your talents reached her grace's ears, and naught would do but she must sample your culinary creations. Now, that's all well and good, but there's a bleeding lot at stake here. Pleasing the Sultana would win you more acclaim than aught else you could do, but if you was to bugger it up, well, I'd rather not dwell on it. Right now, all we know is she's keen to dine on something tasty, but if you want to guarantee your royal client satisfaction, you'll need to learn what she's anchoring for. As always, you can count on the help of your guildmates. For starters, you'd do well to consult Dive and Dove, woman's from Ul'dah, as you know, and might be as she can offer some insights into the Sultana's preferences. Off you go now, and good luck. In Ul'dah, commoners like myself seldom get the chance to see the Sultana in the flesh. 'Tis a great honor being called upon to prepare her grace's meal, but I warn you to proceed with caution. I'm sure you will recall Lord Lolarito, your erstwhile patron. Well, a troubling rumor is circulating to the effect that he arranged this royal visit. As a member of the syndicate, it's entirely within his powers to do so. And if the whispers can be believed, Lolarito's sole purpose for bringing the Sultana to Limsa is to humiliate you, Calla, and by extension the Bismarck. Whatever his reasons, 'twould seem he is still intent on proving our creations wanting. So as to preserve our good name, it would be to your benefit to do as the guildmaster suggested and learn all you can of the Sultana's tastes.
For this, I recommend you consult Letitia. Knowing her, she's already begun looking into the matter. I have been expecting you, Calla. I may be more bookkeeper than chef, but I'm no less a member of the Bismarck. As such, I mean to do all in my power to see that you succeed in pleasing the Sultana. Lord Lolorito has gone to great lengths to prevent us from discovering the Sultana's preferences, but discover them we shall. At any given time, there are a great many Eldons visiting Limsa Lominsa, be it for business or leisure. I suggest you begin by learning all you can from them. You might also wish to speak with Rub Epokan, a former colleague of mine at Mailvan's Gate. As a customs officer, she has an overview of exports to Elda. I realize this may be a stretch, but we cannot have too many hints. Oh, hey, Kokorama, you've got a clue for me. You would know about the Sultana? Her Grace is possessed of a good heart, that much is plain, but if you ask my honest opinion, she is rather young to be ruling. Oh, her preference is at table. In that case, I know for a fact that she is partial to crowned pie. I once went on a patisserie to buy one, only to be informed that her Grace had bought out the entire shop. Ah, you must be from the Bismarck. Letitia sent word that you might be along to learn what manner of cuisine the Sultana enjoys. While I do not have plain answers for you, I can tell you that F-Tails suddenly vanished from the Limson market right before her Grace arrived. Some investigative work revealed that the tails were snapped up by the East Aldenar Trading Company, which is chaired by none other than Lord Lolorito. Somehow I doubt this is a simple coincidence. After all, when one thinks of F-Tail, one can't help but think of the eponymous dish, F-Steak. I would wager that Lord Lolorito seeks to prevent you from making it. All the more reason to prepare a plate, no? What the Sultana likes to eat, you ask? I cannot claim first-hand knowledge, but some moons ago there was an article in the Mithril Eye. Her Grace was on a royal visit to Gridania, where she reportedly fell in love with a local dish, something called Trapper's Quiche, if memory serves. Why, yes, I do happen to come from Ul'dah. Is there something you require? You wish to know what the Sultana likes to eat. I scarce qualify to judge such things, but I do recall this one time I went to the markets. There was a vendor crying his stock of meats, and if the fellow is to be believed, his beef was bound for the royal kitchens, to be used to make beef stew for her Grace. I hope that helps. "'Tis good to see you returned, Calla. Judging by your elated expression, I take it your investigation has borne fruit. 4 potential fruits, you say. An effed steak, a bowl of beef stew, a serving of Trapper's Quiche, and a crowned pie. Picking which one the Sultana has the greatest tendre for is a quandary. So, why not prepare all of them? This is to be a grand banquet, is it not? It would certainly not be taken amiss were you to present several dishes." With that settled, best you get to work. Needless to say, all the dishes must be prepared to the highest standard. Once they are ready, please deliver them to the banquet venue. Speak with Xanthale at Bulwark Hall, and he will grant you admittance. This is the moment of truth, Calla. Go and do us proud. I'll see what I can do. I'm thinking I'm gonna have to go to another world to get F-Tail. Oh wait, yeah, it's in 2 dishes. No, that's, I won't buy that. I will buy it at that price. Yeesh. No. Back to Wineport. Yeah, my Midland Basil is just over the hill. Convenient. Okay. And oh, it's blue cheese, not cream cheese. Hopefully the night milk isn't extortionary prices. We will find out shortly. And back to the guild for the rest of the ingredients. Oh, I did not mean to accept that. Sorry, Letitia. Oh, very well. And done. You are the culinarian Calla, Lily. I am informed that you will be serving an effed steak, a bowl of beef stew, a serving of trapper's quiche, and a crowned pie for the Admiral's banquet. My lords and ladies are beside themselves with anticipation. Pray do not keep them waiting over long. Have it all? Ah, the dishes. Yes, everything appears to be in order. You may enter. I do declare, that was a most magnificent meal. My sole lament is that I cannot eat another bite. Would that I had the girth of a gubbo. It gladdens me to see your grace so well satisfied. Forsooth, never have I known such satisfaction at table. You did not exaggerate when you told me that a culinarian of surpassing skill was to be found in Limsa Liminsa. You are that culinarian, are you not? Thanks to you I have tasted heaven. My gratitude is yours. How could she possibly have known every one of the Sultana's favorite dishes? Instead of being humiliated, she ends up winning her grace's adulation. Bah! Did you say something, Lord Lolorito? Nay, your grace, I was merely admiring the cuisine. As you say. Now then, my dear culinarian, pray tell me your name. I would send to you a gift befitting your service this day. You were given to understand that I requested you by name. Forgive me, but there appears to be a misunderstanding. I had entrusted the arrangements wholly to Lord Lolorito. Uh, um. Run, little girl. I've heard all about it, Calla. You did it again. God's bless you. To have the old Sultana herself praise your cooking as the taste of heaven. Els, even I can't boast of such a feat. The Admiral commends me for training such a fine culinarian, but I did no more than teach you what it means to be one. Make no mistake, 'twas you what did all the hard work. You've surpassed even myself for fame, Calla. There ain't nothing left I can tell ye what you don't already ken. I'm prouder than I've got any right to be. Nay, nay, 'tain't no modest accomplishment, lass, and from here you'll go on to reach even greater heights in our craft, but wherever ye end up, always remember me words, it's passion what makes ye culinarian. With that passion close to your art, go and put smiles on the faces of folk with your cooking. You can be sure I'll keep striving to do the same. And I'm going to vendor all these coins. And it will make up some of my costs. That one I will equip. Well, we've had a very good stream today. We've gotten through 4 quest lines from the Disciple of Crafts and Gathering. So we are going to call that a day, a very productive day. And until next time, I bid you goodbye.